And I think we're live. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to a episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Still.
And Wallisel and no Fenurian, because before the show he told us that he had suddenly got told, oh, by the way, I have something I need you to do, and now has been roped into work. So, yeah, we're without a Fern again, which means the show's going to go off the rails again. That just be how it do.
Yeah.
It do how it be.
So, yeah. What else do we do? Shtick, right?
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description on the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So we don't have a whole lot of plans for this show. We're just going to kind of roll with it. I've got some interesting work stories this week, but because it was quite busy for me at work. But yeah, both of us have. I don't think either of us have gotten much done.
I don't really want to think about work at the moment. It's just been stress and havoc all week. It's we had another resignation of a relatively senior and key person, not because anything was bad. Like every time somebody resigns and they actually have a reason for it that isn't that they hate work, it makes me a little bit relieved because I know that lots of people left because they hated the previous managers. But this particular person wants to pursue a master's degree, so of course he can't work and study a master's at the same time because it requires research. And since he's doing a degree that sounds like it's probably got to do with hydrology, he'll probably have to do field stuff as well, so he definitely can't work at the same time.
I see.
But yeah, there's also been a lot of stress for a variety of other reasons, largely because it's just the end of the year and November, December, and the beginning of January tends to be the silly season because customers are all sort of like freaking out that they haven't met schedule. I don't know about your customers, but toward the end of the year, things tend to get loud for us.
They can here. Any given start of season will usually tell me what the rest of the season is going to be like. During Christmas time between Christmas and New Year's, things quiet down. Like the week before Christmas to the week of New Year's, but after that, it'll take off like a rocket. And right before Thanksgiving, it usually.
Well, you've also got you'll probably have a lot of customers who've had projects on hold, and now they know that come January the 6th, there's going to be a new economy instated.
Yeah, that has definitely been going around. We've got orders for junk. We also have panicked uh places of study that are trying to blow their fund budget. Is what it seems like. With we've had a bunch of replacement quotes go out and come back the same day for a PO, which has been nice. Got about 2 or 3 of those this past week because a certain Doge is going to be coming after some universities, and well, specifically some Department of Education shenanigans, and the entire Department of Education for that matter. That is given
Does
these.
Trump know what the acronym is in aid of or not?
I am going to choose to believe in my headcanon that Trump may or may not know, but he just thought it was Elon doing his thing will work, so he just let him roll with it. Keep Elon happy.
He does seem to just indulge Elon, even though he's often confused about Elon. That's the impression that I get.
Probably. He is very old, so I doubt Doge has any kind of hold with him in his mind.
But when that dog starts showing up on all of the letterheads and stuff, he's gonna be increasingly confused.
Oh man, that little Shiba Inu is going to become a mascot for the U.S. government.
It passed away recently, didn't it?
Yeah, about a year or two ago, I think.
I thought it was this year.
Might
Is
have
my
been.
sense of time that bad?
I don't know. My sense of time is bad, but I mean, it feels like a year or two ago, but who knows? This whole past year has had, in fact, the past 4 years have just had time wonkiness abound everywhere. all kind of a blob in terms of world events that have happened. So yeah. I guess we can jump in with our weeks, and I'll uh, I'll let you kick it off and go with your week first, and I think.
All right. So,
But
like I
I may
said,
interject with your Ho-Yo stuff because there'll probably be some overlap.
I don't really want to talk about work stuff this week simply because the thought of doing so stresses me out. I've got a lot of problems and a lot of projects on the go, and none of them have good solutions. And the least helpful thing in the world is upper management. Plus, the quality person that I rely on the most for troubleshooting quality issues is going on leave for 2 weeks because she has almost as much leave banked as I do, and they basically threw her out because she's a liability at this point. Like, because the thing is with annual leave, and it's like this in a lot of businesses. This is a common way of modeling it. It's paid for up front as part of payroll on a pro rata basis,
Mm-hmm.
but it hasn't been cashed in until you take it. So it basically is cash flow they can't do anything with because they might need to pay it out at any minute, and it just sits there. And productivity numbers exclude annual leave. So when you're doing your productivity KPIs, if somebody's on annual leave, they don't come out of the wages budget because that was already paid for pro rata in the past. So the it's not going to show up on your personnel costs because it's been paid for by the work you did in the past. So if somebody goes on annual leave, your productivity on the numbers goes up. This is an accounting thing. This isn't a real world thing. Nobody gives a toss about it in the real world because it doesn't change the reality on the ground. But if you're in middle management like me, which I'm going to call it middle management since I manage a unit within the greater structure, then you have to deal with the way that upper management sees the world. And acting as a liaison between the real world and management world is basically your job. So I do actually have some sympathy for real middle managers who are managing to do, as opposed to middle managers who have been given a manager title so that they can get a pay rise. Yeah, so if you accrue too much annual leave, they'll start pressuring you to go. Like, just take it already. We need that money back on the balance sheet. So the only situation in which they don't is where they have overburdened that person with so many jobs that they can't afford to have them step out because it'll cause productivity to drop as much as the money that they will make back from you going on leave, which is my situation.
Well, at least if they're
So
aware of that on that level, they probably won't fire you when your hair starts falling out.
my hair has been falling out for a while now. I've got a growing bald spot at the back as a result because of the amount of stress I'm under. Nobody, except for like one of my uncles, I think, in my nobody in my family goes bald. But I am balding because of the sheer amount of pressure that I'm under to keep things running day to day, and the sheer frustration of basically I'm not cut out for dealing with people is my only conclusion that I can come to. Whether they are my superiors or my subordinates, they're always wrong and bad. And this is very frustrating to me. But the only thing worse than dealing with other members of staff is dealing with customers. So, as my boss likes to say, my job would be easy if I had no staff and no customers. But
My
yeah,
job
it's
did get easier when we didn't have any staff anymore.
well, most of your staff were literally just drains on your balance sheet, and that's it.
Yeah,
But
we did not need them at all.
but yeah, other than those generalities, I've just got a lot of stress right now because of, basically everybody's going on holiday and they're entitled to it. I don't begrudge them going on holiday, but it does mean that I have to stay back and hold the fort and try and keep the car on the road when I'm already, about as stressed as I could possibly be. And I'm not going to get a break until February, maybe, and that break that I get in February will be to do jury service. So not quite what I would call a vacation, meaning that by the time I get back, everything will be a shambles, and I won't be able to go on vacation because I'll be trying to clean up the mess. So yeah, I've got hell ahead of me, and I'm not particularly amused or anticipating it with any great degree of desire. Anyway, so as a result, the usual gacha games are all that I played this week. They're designed for this. This is why I play them. I can't really sink my teeth into a longer form game because you really need to sit down and soak it in, and I don't have blocks of time that allow me to do that nearly all the time. So anyway, Blue Archive, nothing new this week. Grand Assault is Hieronymus. I haven't attempted it yet. I'll probably just phone it in and do the minimum possible tomorrow. Just sweep everything, call it good. I don't really care about keeping up with the events. I don't do Joint Firing Drill anymore because Joint Firing Drill sucks balls. I don't do Fury of Set because I'd have to learn a whole game mode. I'm basically putting Blue Archive on the back burner. I do the minimum necessary. I usually do the event stories because I like the event stories. But other than that, I don't do very much. This week was the rerun of Dragon and Tortoise, which is the Shanghai Jing. It's one of the more recent Shanghai Jing events. It's a rerun though, so I've done it before, so I just sort of sped through it. It was a very abbreviated one though. It's kind of hard to get all the stuff from the shop unless you have like I'm not going to get all the stuff from the shop. I'm going to get like the minimum necessary useful stuff from the shop and leave everything else. But I can't imagine how you would do it if you didn't have a hugely built account because of the amount of stamina required to get things in the 6 days they give you. Anyway, so there's not really much to report on that front. It's basically everybody's just waiting for the next bit of story. Most of the new characters recently have been not great. The next rerun coming out, I believe, is the rerun of the games development department story. If you didn't do this one last time, this is an event that I can recommend because it's kind of fun. It's got some fun extra game modes in there.
Was that the maid one?
Yes.
Okay, I did that one the first time.
Okay. But this time they are releasing Maid Momoi and Maid Midori as well. So if you are fans of the gamer word girl, as she has become mimetically, despite the fact that she never says any kind of ethnic slurs in the actual story, but is held to say them all the time outside the story. Yeah. Yeah, so she's going to be available. That said, I would say she is not good. Maid Momoi is probably a better version of Kirara, who is a terrible character. And when I say she's a better version, I mean, strictly speaking, she's better in the sense that she's basically not really useful for anything other than I've heard people use her for Grand Assault Shirokuro Elastic. So, yeah, she's another one of these purple damage auto attack centric characters. And that's just not really very useful. She's good at that, but that niche is so narrow that, like, she's meta for exactly 1/3 of one event in the entire game. And Midori is similar. She's a burst-based version of the same thing, which I would argue is even more useless. So, yeah, they are terrible characters, so the only reason you would get them is if you are a fan. Yes, that's what most people are going to be getting her for. So, yeah, I expect that's up next.
I will endeavor to find the video that emphasizes this best and link it in live show chat.
Did you see the live performance version I posted?
I did.
I don't know if I posted it. I might have just sent it to you. But yes, there is a live performance version. This is entirely G-rated song. It's not. There is nothing edgy about it whatsoever.
It's called Sunshine Rainbow White Pony. What could possibly be so offensive about that? There you go. Live show chat.
Anyway, that's a thing. Next on the docket, let's go down the list. Honkai 3rd. Still sort of chugging along in the early stages of that. it's become very much a question of when and how do I drop it rather than when and how do I continue playing it, because there is too much in there to latch on now. The number of systems is enormous. It seems to me that there's sort of like a transition over time in the number of systems you're engaged with, in the sense that a lot of them become redundant quite quickly as you move up through the ranks because they are from older stages of the game, but low enough level accounts kind of are obliged to engage with lower level stages of the game just by the nature of being a low level account, is that you've got access to low level things. But yeah, there's just a myriad of things in there to keep track of, and ultimately I end up playing Bejeweled, which is, I did do the Bejeweled event this week, which is what I'm going to have to call it because that's the easiest way to sum up what it is. But it's the Magical Girl parallel world, or one of a small number of Magical Girl parallel worlds that run parallel to the main plot. And it's a very weird event that gives me the impression of being the middle chapter of a story or something, because it sort of starts out of nowhere without much explanation, and all the characters have got previous history and motivations that I don't know about. This makes it quite hard to follow the agendas of any of the characters except for the main character. The story also ends on a cliffhanger of sorts, with nothing resolved. So, yeah, I presume that this is actually a middle chapter of an ongoing story that I just don't happen to know anything about. But ultimately, it involves playing Bejeweled, and it is an interesting variant on the concept, and I can sort of see where they pulled a lot of the concepts for the Star Rail version from. If this was a Bejeweled thing earlier, and if it wasn't, I expect that they got the guy who did the Star Rail one to come and work on this event, because a lot of the things work in a relatively similar kind of fashion. It's not exactly the same. There's a more sort of RPG-esque element to the Honkai Impact one, in the sense that the characters level up and they have items that they can spend skill points on as they play a stage and so on. Like, it's a more elaborate, complicated version of similar. And the effects of strengths and weaknesses of the characters are much more radically divergent from each other than they are in the Honkai Star Rail one. So it does feel evolutionary from that. But yeah, it was an odd little story that mainly confused me rather than edified me, or at least so I shall say. What else is I played a little bit more of the core story, but the core story is quite long and it does take stamina to play, which I had blown on dailies, so I didn't make much progress. A lot of things have been made sweepable in that game, and I think it's just because they realize that there's zero engagement with that particular mechanic, and that when people want something from it and they are forced to engage with it, they do it grudgingly and it annoys them. So you are basically, it's got a straight out of Pinecone system sort of thing, where you can earn skip tickets from various things in no small amount. They're quite abundant. Not enough to always skip everything and do everything at all times, but so abundant that if you've got like 3 or 4 different things that you really hate doing, you could just probably skip those if you've got a mature account, because you'll be earning enough tickets to do that. So yeah, that's a thing. There's quite a bit of valuable resources in a particular weekly quest that I always use the tickets to skip, because it's a quiz, but it's a quiz about like specific mechanics to specific characters, and you lose reward the more you get wrong. And I don't know the answers to any of them, and the questions are so technical that it's hard to look them up. So I always skip that just for full rewards.
I see.
A quiz, really? This is really hard. But yeah. So not for new players, definitely. Maybe if you know where to look, you can get the information. Maybe all the questions are all recorded in a database somewhere. You can look them up, but I don't know where. Yeah. All of the current rewards that I haven't got for events and stuff that I have access to are all for reading like the latest chapter. And I'm like, I don't want to read the latest chapter. I don't know anything that's happened up to this point. I won't even recognize the characters. Because in part 2, all the characters are different. Too frustrating. But the base story is hours and hours and hours and hours long. It's really, really long. I don't know how much progress I'm going to make before 7.9. 7.9 is when Sparkle comes out. And I am in dire need of more resources to pull for Sparkle. So, yeah. The thing is that once I pull for Spark, it'll be like, oh, well, I mean, mission accomplished. Maybe I'll stop playing now. So, yeah, I don't know how that's going to shake down.
Ever if you go back.
I guess. But the thing is that the support characters that she needs in that, like, I won't have. Like, Siren is probably the premier one for her, and you can actually get Siren for free, but I didn't get her for free because I picked the wrong character, because I didn't know that she was the main support. I picked the character which is harder to get in the strictest possible terms, because Siren is farmable, but Silverwing is not. So I picked Silverwing. But then I found out Siren is actually the support character that Sparkle needs, and while Siren is farmable for sure, it will take a very long time for a non-mature account to actually get Siren. So then again, Siren is also a part 1 character, so as a support, she's likely to be replaced at some point in the future with a different support character from the newer batch of characters, since they seem to be just doing a massive tectonic power shift. Anyway, that's that. There's the game feels really weird a lot of times because you can see the sort of myriad of experiments and like experimental gameplay and that they've just sort of tinkered with over time, and the sort of the debris is scattered all over the place of those mechanics, and you end up, so occasionally you end up doing stuff like playing a shmup or playing a weird kind of 3D brawler thing where you play as a rabbit, or like this kind of weird stuff happens all the time. It's very odd. Very little of my total time has actually been spent playing Honkai Impact 3rd.
Yeah. Yeah, you played a lot of Animal Crossing, a lot of Bejeweled.
Yeah, the single greatest amount of time I've spent with that game has probably been playing that sodding Animal Crossing game. I have finished that event now, including the secret ending. But yeah, it was interesting. The only upside I really see there though is that like I joined the Animal Crossing game late, and I still finished it with like 11 days to spare. So they're super generous about the amount of time they give you to clear an event. So yeah, that's good. Maybe not so with getting caught up on the story. That's going to take a long time, and I don't know when I'll do it. Anyway,
That's okay.
ZZZ.
Just attune yourself to that dude's accent on YouTube, and maybe you can piece it together.
I feel like I understood some of that because I have watched that guy's videos in the past. I think I know the one you're talking about. But
Boy,
yeah,
Homo Labs.
he knows so much of the corollary information and delivers so much of it all at once that it's sort of hard to like. What would the level of your understanding of the Dark Souls universe be if that guy was doing the videos?
Kind of need Vadi. Vadi has a good voice.
But yeah, anyway. So ZZZ, there are a myriad of events currently available. I have knocked off the smaller ones, like the one at the HIA, and I did the one where it's just an extremely protracted trial of Yanagi. I did that one today. I started the weird Bangbu one today, and unfortunately Arpeggio Fault is just sitting there glaring at me.
Yeah, it's a long one.
I did the first tier of Arpeggio Fault because I assumed, oh well, it's going to get interesting after the first tier, right?
No.
I spent way too long doing it as well because I was clearly overthinking it. I thought there must be more to this. Because Well, the thing is that I feel like plenty of sort of like more resonant Bang Boo TV sequences in the past. Like, as much as I dislike Bang Boo TV as a storytelling mechanic, I have viscerally felt like it was done well in Ballet Twins,
Mm-hmm.
like as well as you reasonably could. They used that format, and it was done okay. I didn't hate it. I just disliked it. But this one just seems like slop, basically.
Yeah, it's
And
just
they
time
made it
filling slop.
really long. It does feel like filler. It really feels like filler, or it feels like somebody else's sort of like self justification for having developed a mechanic that everybody hated.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's probably like I don't know. They could the a crack theory I have is that they're using it as a test bed to see how much people engage with it and what the response is to see just how much people dislike Bang Boo TV.
I don't know. I think that it's sort of like maybe you expanding on that. It could be like a non-permanent version of the battle tower, because if they see like people just like they basically lose themselves in battle tower, then they'll be able to say, okay, thumbs up. People want to do this. They basically want to marry battle tower, and they have deliberately, it seems to me, pitched this up against Arpeggio Fault. And Arpeggio Fault has the advantage of being time limited. If
Yeah,
people engage with Battle Tower and not Arpeggio Fault, even though Arpeggio Fault is time limited and Battle Tower isn't, isn't it? Is it? It's
Battle
not,
Tower
right?
has no limited rewards. It is all just overtime progress. Because I don't think there's anything time limited on it.
So there's not even like a seasonal rotation of, oh, we're gonna periodically change all of the
No,
weaknesses or whatever.
no, it doesn't appear to be. It's a static
So like,
tower.
so like in 3 months' time, they'll just slap another 100 floors on or something.
That's what I'm hoping.
But yeah, so it seems to me that they could in fact collect some useful metrics that way. Maybe there's sort of like a battle, because you know there's going to be like this one guy in the dev office who's just like Bang Boo TV is his baby, and he's like goes home and cries himself to sleep at night because people didn't like it, and like he's like, please just give me one more chance. And they're like, look, listen, nobody has your specific brand of autism except you.
You might be able to find fellow compatriots in a game that didn't market itself as an action game and draw in action game fans. If you made a puzzle, a cheapo like side game for Hoyo, maybe you could have got away with this. The problem is it's bolted to an action game, which is what most people are paying attention to and saving their premium currency to pull characters for.
If the Bang Boo TV event was, say, like, I don't know how many there's like 5 in the stack, right? Something like that per stage.
Oh yeah, there's like 4 or 5 sets of 5.
If it was 2 or 3 sets of 5, I would be willing to completely forgive it, because it wouldn't be dragged out. It'd be
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, I'm pretty damn lukewarm on Bang Boo TV, but as
Oh,
a
oh, wait,
short
no, that's wrong.
diversion,
The last two have 7.
ugh. As a short diversion, I would be happy to accept it. But this is like when you've got a food that you kind of like. Like, let's say you like spaghetti bolognese, just to pick a random example. Spaghetti bolognese is like the food that every student in New Zealand cooks for the flat, because it's easy as anything.
Yeah.
Now let's just say that you just get served up like 5 plates of that a day for a month. So how are you going to feel about it, even if you really liked it originally?
Yeah, like you can only
Now,
have
imagine it was just sustenance food for you and you didn't really like it. How are you going to feel about it then? Like, this is Bang Boo TV to me. Like,
yeah.
because I didn't hate it, I merely just didn't like it. I had no strong feelings about it. I felt like it was an obstruction, but I didn't detest it on a fundamental level. But just ladling up a big pot of it for me, that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a big old giant pot of spaghetti with cheapo ragu sauce. It's your only way to make it taste better, and it's all watered down. And you got to eat that whole thing if you want that night boo.
Yeah, now I'm just kind of thinking about eating spaghetti. I don't think I've got any in the house though.
I would if I had some ground beef to make meatballs, but eat good meatballs for spaghetti.
I tend not to do meatballs because it's a lot of work um compared to just making bolognese sauce, meat sauce. Um, I tend to make mine with chopped chorizo as mixed in with the beef.
I
I
do
think that works well.
I do very standard spaghetti, but I like the way I cook it. Meatballs with or just ground beef with goodly helping of garlic on them and a little bit of
I actually, when it comes to meatballs, I don't really like just having one type of meatball. If I'm gonna have meatball, I like to have both pork ones and beef ones. I don't like just beef.
I'll do just beef most of the time. More affordable than and
But if I'm doing meat sauce as bolognese would have, then I will usually just use beef mixed with chorizo.
I also overdo it on the Parmesan cheese, so most of what goes into anything except the meatballs is much of a muchness. But I do
I've
like
gone back and forth on Parmesan cheese in my lifetime. Um, when I was young, I hated it. When I was like a teenager, I liked it. Now that I'm an adult, I'm a pretty lukewarm on it. But recently at work, we have had heaps of Parmesan cheese samples that have been a bit iffy.
oh no.
So I'm like, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't have good associations for this product right now. That and the thing is that Parmesan cheese, when you put it in a sample, like even if it's fine, even when it's fine, if you put it in a sample and then you put it in an incubator,
Oh,
like
that's
the entire room will smell of Parmesan only all day.
better than chicken poop.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not just going to be Parmesan. It's going to be like Parmesan seasoned shellfish or something like that.
Oh,
Because it's going to mix in with all the other odors in the incubator.
that's not good.
Yeah, anyway, so Parmesan is not ascendant with me right now. What are we talking about? Bamboo TV. Um yeah, so Bamboo TV is not my best friend and I'm gonna have to plow through it. And I don't really know how. I kind of just I want to be as lucky as Aristotle and get the resources and no object set up. I don't really know what I'm doing though. Is it like am I looking for spawner chest when you get a key? Is that what I'm after?
Uh, I'll have to pull it up exactly what it is. I'd have to log out of Genshin. Um,
Because I thought that at least there would be something cumulative, but there's not.
no, it's literally just re-roll it over and over again until you get higher tier stuff and hope for the good stuff.
Because every time you start at the bottom again, I'm really confused about this because it just makes the whole thing even more frustrated. Like frustrating. Like in something like Simulated Universe, the objective is that you snowball. The challenge may go up, but you are snowballing and becoming a god as you go along, right? Like you pick up more and more power ups, and you do more and more outrageous things, etc., etc. But it seems to me in Bamboo TV, unless I'm doing something wrong, you just have to restart every single floor. Every single floor. You don't keep anything.
Yeah, no. The only thing that you keep is the passives you sit there and are just re-rolling over and over again.
I
But
can't even work out exactly how you're supposed to hire more agents.
uh, there are buffs you can get that spawn enemies, chance to spawn enemy that'll let you get more stars. And there's a little laser gun that you can recruit for I think 60 and then 100 that'll let you take two and then three agents with you. and the agents I took pretty much every time as soon as I unlocked them were Caesar, Soldier 11, and I think my last slot, I think it was actually Nicole because I wound up with so many gear coins all the time that her attack was through the roof.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly. I don't know how you get the stars at all.
It's only by killing enemies. Every enemy you kill gives you a star.
Oh, where do I even see that?
I don't remember how I found that out, but I remember seeing it somewhere in the UI.
But that was the primary reason that I thought things would accrue, was because I was like, well, I don't have any of these stars. Maybe you get them between runs or something.
No, it's just number of enemies that you
Because
kill.
I don't see them on the screen anywhere. Because I couldn't even work out before what the point of killing enemies was. Because most of them you can just walk around. Because as far as I could tell, the only thing that you need to do in these levels is walk to the exit. Why even bother to interact with anything?
Yeah, there is really no aside from like the last few nodes. I did not have to go out of my way to do anything extra.
It's a game system. It's just very confusing to me.
Yeah, it's got so many special rules on top of everything else that you have to either experiment with or read through. It's just a bad mode.
I mean, it's not like there's any obligation for me to be nice to a game company when they serve me up a platter of shit. But I kind of I kind of feel bad for whoever worked on it because they've clearly spent so much time with this Bangbu TV concept and it's just garbage. It doesn't belong in this game.
Like
Maybe this is an awesome pastime if your phone can't handle the combat very well or something.
yeah, like I installed this game because you advertised it as an action game. I uh I did not install this game to play Bang Boo TV. So I am very critical of the Bang Boo TV stuff. And you can if you listen to our show, you can hear my opinion on Bang Boo TV go from not a big fan to slight annoyance to very annoyed to something I outright hate throughout the progression of my time playing the game.
But you've got Battle Tower now.
I do have Battle Tower now, and that makes me very happy.
I haven't really touched it because I feel like I'm in this odd particular situation where on one hand for something like Battle Tower I want to do a string of them in a sitting. But on the other hand, if I do a string of anything in this game, I get RSI. so
Gotta move that
so
dodge
it's
button.
even if I do, I still have to hit the attack button. Like it would be alleviated if I played with keyboard and mouse, but ew.
Yeah, I would not advise keyboard and mouse for action games. Require quicker reflexes.
I mean, I'm going to die in a few years anyway. What do I need my thumb tendons for? So, yeah. Um. Anyway, that's the thing. I still haven't done most of the side quests in the game, and I keep meaning to get around to it, but the time just never seems to eventuate to get caught up on that stuff.
The thing that motivated me to really push it and dump most of my free time one week to just get them done was when they announced that Bang Boo TV would be taking a back seat. I'm like, I can make it all go.
It'll be gone for good. You can just put it behind you.
Yeah, that made my eyes start sparkling, and so I immediately went and started cleaning up all the side quests.
I might get around to it. I like the game. It's not perfectly my jam as far as aesthetic goes. I feel it's a little bit twee at times. But I do like it, and I think it's an interesting setting. I kind of would I kind of would like it to lean a little bit more heavily on world building and a little slightly more heavily on the myth arc. But maybe we'll get there.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just going to take a little time.
well, Star Rail started with a bit more myth arc up front. It did take them a while to get the Trailblaze, the story of the Trailblaze itself rolling until they started heavier
I,
up front with what's her face being the big bad of the first of the Lofu.
Yeah, no, but they've also got other sort of crap loitering in the background, like the Annihilation Gang and that. Like, I haven't forgotten that Boot Hill was on the line with them, sort of thing, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are definitely still a force that is out there, and it isn't. While I think that it's reasonably, I think that the idea, and this isn't really spoilers anymore because Fern's not here. I don't. He might have done the event already anyway. No, actually, he won't know about this yet, but he's not here. The idea of Duke Inferno being dead, like, I'm a little bit. I'm sort of quite curious as to what motivated this decision. Like, because this seems like something that you wouldn't do unless, like, there might be some internal reason something went horribly wrong with a contract or something that required them to end Duke Inferno straight away. But more likely, it's like, well, it's designed to inspire sort of curiosity because they really built the Annihilation Gang up hardcore immediately before Penacony.
Yeah.
They really went in depth with it. They had everybody totally convinced that this was going to be the new cast of antagonists. This is going to be team antagonists. These are going to be the new Fatui. And they got completely displaced straight away by the IPC.
Yeah.
And the IPC is just everybody's corpo overlords that they hate. So
I
but now you've got this new colourful cast of characters that has been introduced in the exact same way as the Annihilation gang, except you know some of these guys. You know who Topaz is. You know who Jade is. You know who Aventurine is. Like, you know these guys already.
most of them
That's the
very
only
in depth.
difference.
Two of them got a huge amount of in-game main story time if you count the continuances as story. Like, Adventuring literally got MSQ billing.
Yeah, like, I was very surprised at how hard they went on Aventurine, and there is a particular cadre of people who say Penacony is a crap story because there's too much Aventurine in it.
I mean,
I
I
think
didn't.
that's overselling it a little bit.
He's not the best part of Penacony's story, but he's not a huge negative to it. No, I wouldn't say he's a negative at all. Actually, at worst for me, he's neutral.
Yeah, like I think that there is an argument to be made that it's they leaned a bit too hard on him. But I mean, if what you are attempting to do is set up a recurring character, well, I mean, it's not that bad, really. Like, you know a little bit about him, and he acts as a case study for a rags to riches within the IPC story to show that it can happen.
Yeah, and
You can ascend that way, and this is sort of like to add supporting weight to the story of Helena.
yeah, and even though we didn't get as much direct flashbacks to her past, we still had Topaz just explicitly tell us what happened.
Yeah, and I mean, if they are going to go like Fatui Harbinger route with this, like, I mean, a lot of people were rustled about Senora because nobody knows anything about her. They built her up and she exited stage left.
Well, she got a terrible boss fight that some people like for some reason, and then Raiden Shogun did the Raiden Shogun thing.
The amount of cope when it was announced that Natlan had a resurrection mechanic,
Oh no.
people immediately started coping that Senora would be back.
She somehow found her way inside the Nightlands and is gonna find a way to bust herself out the flame. They're coping that hard, huh?
Yeah, they were. There was so much cope. Like, it was the first thing when that preview happened because I watched the live stream where they talked to the developers about the story and the mechanics of the setting and so on, and it was like immediate hardcore cope. Like, there's like this section of the player base that were immediately erect. Like, they have been these are all the people who had saved up they'd been saving up to C7 the Dommy Mommy type of thing.
That demographic does seem to be unusually dedicated to their waifus. I guess it comes
Yeah,
with the
so
territory. And not only
So yeah,
that, the
that's
resurrection mechanic is used in story as a way to solidify characters are now deader than dead with
yeah,
the
it's like
end of the war story.
that's mainly what they use it for. In fact, is to ensure people stay properly dead, to double underline it.
Yeah, like was not active during first half of war. These characters on the obituary are now deader than dead.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that was actually ZZZ. Anyway, uh, Honkai Star Rail, not really anything new. I got no good planet ornaments for the every single planet ornament event running. They were all complete damp squibs. Nothing I could use. I think I did Talia every single. I was going for Talia every single time, and I got no good Talias. It was awful, and I cried.
I got an energy region rope.
I did not.
Got
I
one.
didn't get anything good.
I finally got one. I think I got two
Right,
actually. I think Wobo got the other one.
my Ruan Mei desperately needs an energy regen rope, and I cannot get my paws on one.
The problem was you didn't complain to me about it right before you did it.
True.
This is how I got mine.
There are lots of options I could use for Ruan Mei. I just don't have a combination. I don't have a matching set of planet ornament and rope. Yeah, anyway. So she's currently stuck with Penacony, which is useless to me because I don't have any ice damage dealers. So yeah, the new Pure Fiction came out and it's Dot focused, and honestly the whole thing is an indictment against Dot. Number one, the entire archetype they're attempting to rescue it by giving it monumental buffs. What this basically means is, I think this is a commercially terrible idea, and the reason it's a commercially terrible idea is because it sends a signal that that Dot is a lame duck, and you shouldn't vertically invest in it. Vertical investment is how Hoyo makes their money, so this is a very stupid idea.
Yeah, and I got
Secondly,
the
go on.
impression this event, this pure fiction, like I have struggled with pure fiction to begin with because I don't have two base teams to start with, let alone any kind of pieces of secondary teams to put together. I have one team that's done, and an Acheron and whatever else I can, an Acheron, a Wowo, and two friends they can bring along. Those are my teams. So I don't have any dot focus stuff fully built, and it seemed like you basically needed Kafka Black Swan. Who else is? Yeah, Jiaochu, to just make the buffs work.
And that's the thing. Like if you want to max star Pure Fiction using a Dot team, I don't really see how you get out of having Jiaochu. I mean, I had to run kind of a bit of a lame duck team because I didn't have a good fit. There are people who are running Dot Caron with a certain amount of success, but Dot Caron is the Acheron carries Dot characters who are from a previous version of the game type of team build. It does work. Dot Caron teams do work, but they are being carried by Acheron. They're not being carried by the Dot.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the Dot effect. Dot just happens to be a debuff that Acheron can play off of.
Yeah, so yeah, I think most of the successful Dot teams that I've seen in the records have been Dot Caron teams. I didn't copy paste the top teams this season, but I did look at them, and for Dot teams, like there are orthodox Dot teams, but they're all premium Dot. They're all like Kafka Black Swan Jiaochu, with Aventurine usually as the tank, because Aventurine is the premier tank.
And because Dot was abandoned in favor of follow up and break, early in Penacony, it really just hammers home how little options they have compared to everybody else.
Well, break is pretty straitjacketed as well until very, very recently.
Yeah, well, now break has all the pieces it needs. Dot still feels like it's missing some pieces.
Yeah, but one of them is still Trailblazer. That's the problem.
Yeah, but still, you have that. You have access to that. Dot just feels like it's missing pieces.
Well, Dot is missing something that gives it that force multiplier oomph. because
Yeah.
it can't accelerate. Like, if you look at the structure of the team buffs used for Dot, number one, they just lift the power of Dot by like 35% because they know it's too low. Number two, they use a mechanic to stop enemies from getting CC'd, which reduces your survivability and removes your options as far as sustain is concerned, and to advance them. So you are actually playing hard against yourself in order to make Dot work. You are giving speed buffs to the opposing team on purpose because you need the Dot to tick more, while at the same time removing your ability to CC because you need the Dot to tick more, meaning that they get more damage on you. You have no way of CCing them to prevent damage. Your sustainability drops like a stone. So not only is the damage not enough, all of the things that will give you a damage advantage reduce your survivability dramatically. So the whole archetype is currently ass backwards. And I really don't think they know how to rescue it right now.
They really, and I feel like this might make it too busted, but they really need to have a sustained nihility support that reduces the attack of the enemy based on the number of debuffs and heals you for dot damage whenever dots tick. And I think that's about the only way you can bail it out.
Both ideas like that have been floated in the past by people who are theory crafting how you can save Dot, but they've never acted on it. And I think that in a lot of ways it's because they just don't really have because they did not expect things to go as bad as they did. Like, Black Swan was a clear signal that they thought the Dot was a thing, because Black Swan in her era was very powerful and scaled quite well.
They even built a boss
in her
for her.
era. Yeah.
Shadow of what's his face.
Yeah. But there's something unto death, wasn't it?
Yeah. That sounds right.
But yeah, so they made some pretty severe mistakes as far as design was concerned there. And just seeing them try and rescue it just as like it's an indictment against the whole thing. It's like, oh, this just shows how badly you went wrong. This doesn't impress me at all. So I have a sub premium Dot team because I didn't go all in on Jiachu. Because I was planning to not go all in on Acheron, because the people who went all in on Acheron, they went for the signature and they went for E2, which is the breakpoint for Acheron, and they went for Jiachu in order to keep Acheron as like the premium damage dealer for probably well into early 3.x. Because they really wanted to do that. I, on the other hand, have gone like radically horizontal. So I've got a solid break team, but I've got a jank Acheron team, and I've got a jank follow-up team that both perform adequately.
You could pivot that follow-up team to be pretty dang good if you got the Icky Boy.
I could, but I don't have Topaz, so I wouldn't go all the way.
That's true. Numby is kind of needed because Numby doesn't seem on the surface like he's the linchpin of the follow-up team until you play it. Because every single follow-up attack means more Numby, and more Numby means way more damage and more energy for Robin, and Robin can keep singing.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I haven't invested in Robin's signature Lightcone. I haven't invested in Aventurine. I haven't invested in Topaz. Like, I have the minimum makings of a follow-up team. So basically my strategy has been to get the most premium damage dealer of each archetype and then use filler for the rest of it so that I have access to the archetype, because you never know quite what direction things are going to go. I went hard on Break largely because Break, I had chanced my way into having the premium supports due to them picking Harmony Trailblazer to be a premium support for Break, and Ruan Mei I had because I liked Ruan Mei. So I pulled her really early on after I started.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just happened to have everything lined up for me. So yeah, that worked out. And so now I've got two Break team variants. I've got the Rapper variant and I've got the Firefly variant. The Firefly variant works very much well, more effective for single targets, and Rapper works very well when you have an abundance of targets. But I don't know if there's a double Drake DPS team that works. It seems kind of dubious that there's an archetype where that's optimal, but
it feels like if there's a break cycle on the two teams in-game modes, it'd be better to split Rappa onto the other team as a backup break. Take advantage of the buffs.
Maybe. Hard to say. I think that because Big Herta is almost certainly going to be erudition because it's baked into Herta's story that she's a emanator of erudition. So I expect when there'll be a use for surplus erudition characters. The rumors floating around her is that she gains benefits from having more erudition characters around her. Like the current rumor kit, and there's no confirmation for this whatsoever. So take it as with a pinch of salt. Is that she has a absolutely sky high energy cost on her ult, but she gains energy from heaps and heaps of different things that fellow erudition characters do.
Want to go kill a wolf?
Like, we can kill a wolf, I guess. Um, where's the wolf?
I'm on top.
So yeah, the rumored kit is that she has a massive energy cost, but basically gains energy through a combination of having other erudition characters with her and with characters hitting targets. So you're looking at probably your optimals are going to be things like Argenti, things like Herta herself, like the puppet Herta, and things like Jade. I expect Jade to be very effective as well. But yeah, in that environment, I think that things might change a little bit because you're going to have to build an erudition centric thing, and because Rappa depends on having lots of targets to break in order to keep charging, you might be able to, because she does have internal super break. You might be able to make an argument for Rappa Herta depending on the way the numbers line up. But yeah. Anyway, what was I talking about before we went on this digression? All right. So yeah, I did the latest pure fiction as well, and it was the dot side is not cool. I couldn't get a dot team to really work. Like I tried, but it's just not quite. It's not quite there. Like it's true that dot teams, like all dot Quran teams at least, are in fact the premium at work here, but I don't really credit that as being worth all that much in some. It's not. Where is the doggo? I can't see him. Ugh.
Coming in cold.
What? What did I take damage from? He's not on the field anymore.
Saved.
No! You moved far away from me. Ugh. Yes. Give me heals.
Save the Onan thing. Just can't turn it back on until I get out of cutscene mode.
Anyway, yes, while Karam teams are at the top, they are enabled by the fact that Akaram provides them with a baseline of damage so that their damage doesn't cripple them. It's not because the dot component is great. So yeah, the whole thing just highlighted the various issues with dot as an archetype rather than really emphasizing how cool and powerful it can be. The break side, on the other hand, where I was using the break team, that just worked really, really well because, well, I've got Rapper. She's sort of built now, albeit with mediocre gear, and it's it behaved the way it was supposed to with lots of targets that are weak versus imaginary. Like it went kind of smoothly. But yeah, it's they clearly have a lame duck archetype that they keep trying to rescue through various means, and it's not really all it cracked up to be. I can't use lightning because things are lightning immune in here, so we're back to Farina, I guess.
We are Jank Team the Jankening. Guff.
Yep. I don't know, maybe I don't know what do people normally use for Jeff. My goodness, it doesn't seem like there's really any good options.
If we had a good option built to deal with the floating turpits, we could make a sensible team. But as it stands right now, because of the way those stupid turpits work, Nahita's our only option, which shoehorns us. Oh, I got
It's
a
just
Dendro Goblet finally. Not, I still couldn't get a freaking EM hat, but I got a Dendro Goblet, so I could steal an EM hat from another set. So I got a Dendro Goblet before I got a flippin' EM hat.
incidentally, Farina's buffs fall off if you hit half health, so you've kind of got to stay above the line.
Go off. I have a lot of people trying to join the world randomly.
Blooms lol.
But yeah, like, I have the pieces that if Dot was a viable archetype, I could make Dot my second team, but Dot just don't have anything right now.
Yeah, I don't know how they wound up like this. It almost feels like oh well, I guess we didn't think ahead type of problem. Oh my goodness, I'm just getting absolutely bodied.
Can't get in range to heal us because I need to attack him. Barbara's having the Robin problem. Oh no. Now I'm having the Barbara problem.
Oh my goodness. This is such a jank fight. Oh, these are like the wolf's heads for Golden Wolf Lord. They just sort of stop taking damage if you try and hit them too often.
Yeah, they have a cadence you have to hit them at because they are treated like elemental shields, basically. That's why Nahita's so good for it, because one charge attack will kill them.
Can't.
Hold the jankiest team of all jank.
There's a lot of people standing up here on this platform.
Golden blooms. Where's Nailu when you
I
need her?
mean, it gets the job done. Not in the most impressive fashion, but it gets the job done.
I mean, it is a jank team, but we have not had problems with Jeff since we've started running it.
2 mirrors. Which would be good if I didn't need to build a heater instead.
Pop a whale.
Whales.
I'm gonna do Turbo Navia.
Can if you want.
Hopefully we can actually show it off this time.
Well, it depends on you critting. How's your crit looking?
Still 50%. Actually, I think it's like 60%, but
Did you send me a...
I haven't opened it yet.
Okay.
I was pre-selecting.
Urgh. Alright. Buff bot mode initiated.
Snack on an attack up food. A crit rate food. Load in. I can quickly we scroll to it in the inventory because, of course, you can favorite food.
That would be too convenient.
Crystals.
Oh my goodness. I can't even land 3 hits on the thing. Things are not going our way this time. And I'm on cooldown, so I can't do anything.
We got some damage there. Oh, he's over. Oh, we almost agitated. I got a Numa shot. I gotta remember to keep it in the chamber until he does the vortex ball. He'll only fire one shot at the beginning.
No, why am I on cooldown?
Well, we crit the non 6-bullet one, but he did die in one cycle. So yeah,
Yeesh. Anyway.
slight digression, but that's the boss is done.
They, if you're interested in building Casca or Auroron, the mats have been announced though officially.
Do either of them
So-
require a girlfriend that you haven't unlocked yet?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The boss you don't have unlocked yet from what's her face's story.
I don't have any bosses not unlocked.
Oh, you've done
Yes,
Arlecchino's
but
story?
I haven't gotten to talking about Genshin yet. So
Oh, okay.
So I did 3 character stories this week past. The first was Navia's, which was pretty standard fare, really, I would say. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't mean to say that it was bad in any way. It just wasn't. It wasn't like remarkable in any particular way. I think I liked Chiori's better than Navia's. I
Yeah.
thought Chiori's was really fun.
Yeah.
That was a really solid character story that I really liked. And it sort of helps that you aren't overdosed on Chiori at any other part in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think you can make a cogent argument that you've pretty much had enough of Navia for a while when you've done the main story for Fontaine, because she sort of steals the spotlight a lot of the time. But the story is decent. The story is decent. I did Arlecchino's storyline, which honestly I wasn't that. It was a bit pretty I mean, it was well delivered, but the problem was that I'd basically been spoiled on the entire thing because they used all of that content in a promo video already. So I knew the entire story from start to finish.
Yeah. I know their promo content is well produced, but I stay away from it until I'm caught up for that reason. In every
Yeah,
Hoyo game.
I didn't assume that they were going to lean that hard on it. I didn't realize it was literally the same thing. But yeah, so it basically had almost no impact for me, which is it is and isn't Hoyo's fault. It is Hoyo's fault because they tipped their hand entirely on promo materials. But it's not their fault in that they didn't force me to watch it. So I don't know who to blame for that one.
you wanna try and get our Geo ladies some gear from the what you call it?
Oh, my luck is terrible though. I need fungi. I don't need more gear. I need fungi. I always need fungi.
We can
Everything is about fungi for me.
flip the map.
Or fungus all the time. But yeah, so I can't. I feel like I can't give a fair assessment of how good Arlecchino's storyline was. The only thing I can really say is that number one, she's barely in it, and number two, she's an absolute monster of a fight.
Yeah.
Just absolutely monstrous. And you don't even know how bad she is because you haven't done her the way I did her. So
What did you try to run?
Well, I ran Ningguang, and remember I'm on world level 9.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's
She
gonna
could
hurt.
one-shot any of my characters that she pleased. Just
Yeah.
bam, it's over for you. Enjoy. It was ruthless. So yeah, it was that was a time and a half, But I did in fact defeat Arlecchino, although it ended up being more or less Shallonen the damage dealer, even though my Shallonen is built entirely for support because Ningguang kept getting one shot every time she got touched by anything because the damage is so freaking high.
I'm at the
But
start of the fungi farm in Road.
where is um yeah, so it was rough. She's quite the boss, but I still don't feel like she's as good as Raiden Shogun because she just seems like she's a big old ball of telegraphs, and that's basically her only gimmick.
I will
Is that
take I'll
she has all
take
the
that
telegraphs ever?
I'll take that over the last few we've had.
Yeah, I definitely think that she's a more interesting fight than Jeff because Jeff is a bunch of confused mechanics that don't really make a great deal of sense, and the whale is just the whale.
Don't forget about Opep, the trash fight.
Apep is a trash fight. I didn't develop the antipathy for Apep that you did, but it's certainly not that interesting. But yeah, it's a decent fight. It's a decent fight. I don't feel like the music is as good. The visual presentation is incredibly good, but the music is not as good. But as a fight, it is one of the better ones, but not as good as like peak Raiden Shogun when Raiden Shogun's being done, solo properly without massively overpowering it. Like that is a fight where you actually do need to really read what's going on in order to do it properly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So yeah, I did Arlecchino's, and I also did Clorinda's. And Clorinda's is my favorite by far. Like it's a real novelty, a real deviation from the normal way of doing things, and done in a creative and engaging way that was enjoyable to participate in for the entire duration.
I
And
I do
I,
like when
I,
they went full
it,
retard with it.
yeah, they put a lot of effort in to selling the thing, and everything about it I felt was done really well, generally speaking. And it also, I feel like the character who was probably done the best service by it though was probably Farina. Like you get way more of you get way more of a sense of Farina the person after everything was said and done from her participation just as a normal person playing a game with her friends. And so you get sort of like an endearing sense of, well, this basically Navia and Clorinda looking out for Farina because they know she's having a rough time adapting, and Farina's like learning to be a normal person. And I felt like she was served really well by it. And the other character that I thought stood out was Navia, who's just a total gremlin the entire time. Like everybody who's played tabletop has that character, who's always trying to meta game, who's always trying to pull some bullshit, any weaker GM would have had their campaign completely screwed by Navia trying to pull stupid crap.
I liked that
Clorinda's too experienced for that.
Navia does that specifically because it's Clorinda.
Yeah, because she thinks she can get away with it, and Clorinda's like, no, not interested. I've heard this all before. You
And
tried to like the unspoken thing is you tried to do this last campaign as well, and the campaign before that, and the campaign before that. You seriously think I'm going to fall for this? And Clorinda mentions as much. I'm pretty sure early on she mentions Navia trying to do stupid crap all the time. Like this was definitely a quest that was written by somebody who has a lot of experience with this scenario.
with that guy in the group.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Navia is an entirely altruistic and good-natured that guy who just doesn't realize what a metagaming gremlin she is.
I don't know if she doesn't realize it or she just does it because she likes seeing Clorinda get excited and rattled about her doing that stuff, or at
No, I
least
think she
trying
would.
to get it.
I think that this is entirely sincere, and this is just Navia's inner wheeler and dealer coming out.
Possible.
You need to remember, Navia is not your princess. Navia is a mafia boss. Like, I know you've got a different perspective on her because you rolled her for waifu, but the reality is Navia is a mafia boss. She's going to try and scam whatever she can out of you within the bounds of whatever morals she's decided to settle upon today.
Those do seem to be rather flexible.
Like she's mainly used for comedic effect, like when she is giving escorts to the courier company. Yes.
Her big old sunglasses with her parasol twirling in the little
But the
animated.
reason she can do that is that she's functionally a mafia boss. She runs a paramilitary organization, which is sort of a semi-independent city-state within Fontaine, that Fontaine don't mess with because they know it would create a huge amount of chaos if they did.
It's just a macaron factory. That's all it is. Just your local macaron baker.
Who doesn't take the cooking skill and still thinks she can get away with that?
And I don't remember what skills I picked.
She mixes player knowledge with character knowledge. This is a crime. You should know this.
I don't remember what she does. I probably wrote it off as just, oh, Navia's doing Navia things. And I don't remember what ones I picked, and I don't. So I can't.
I picked medicine and cooking, but I didn't end up using cooking. I did use medicine though.
I think I picked medicine for one of mine. I don't remember what my second one was. I called this patch on the map also.
Anyway, it's a pretty exceptionally done side quest. I really, really enjoyed it, and they balanced it really well across lots of characters. I mean, Lenny more or less takes a back seat, but he's there basically for a supporting familiar face. And Farina, like I mentioned, she gets served really well by it. Navia, you get to see the mischievous side of her personality a lot more. Clorinda, you get to see a bit about her backstory and about her slightly distorted view of the world due to her curious upbringing. And yeah, generally speaking, just a great piece of content that I really thoroughly enjoyed from start to finish. Definitely worth a play. Definitely requires you to have done basically everything though in Fontaine. Otherwise, it would not make any sense and be totally spoilery.
Yeah, I liked all the characters in the ending. I like Navia's little cute call out to Clorinda's mom at the end, and I like how everybody at the end was like, yeah, we knew, we knew what you were doing.
Well,
We just let you roll with
there
it.
were. I thought that it was unbelievably charming that Farina never twigged throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, I like how they all just
Like
kind of let Farina have her.
I've always been a bit about Farina, but every time I play more new sort of like post game, if you want to call it that, content about Farina, I fall in love with her a little bit more. Like she's a really charming, guileless character when she's not trying to put up an act all the time. And it was a really good show of that. It's like, oh, she's so innocent. She's trying so hard to be a good D&D player and doing a pretty reasonable job of it. But
Still Farina.
yeah, she's still Farina. She's kind of naive. She's kind of goofy. She's doing her best, but she's pretty clueless. So still a girl failure, but in an endearing way.
I'm reminded of the ethereal in the Bernice trailer that's trying very, very hard.
But yeah, so yeah, it was a great piece of content. I'm gradually running out of these. I think I just have Emily and Seguin to go, and then I'll be caught up on character stories at long last.
Both of those are relatively serious, and I think I like Sedgwin's better between the two. That guy. My pufferfish can't go that high.
It'll come down eventually, I'm sure.
Oh, we got Barbara.
But yeah, so yeah, I did those in Genshin. I don't think I really did anything much else because it was Boxer Marvels week, which everybody appreciates because it's free Primogems for doing nothing. And I'm at about 49k right now, which is good. Haven't decided what I'm going to do about Chaska. I don't have any strong motivation to pull for her. She's sort of like, I guess they're positioning her as sort of like generic, sexy, slightly goth girl type of thing, without really much additional explanation.
Yeah, I don't quite know the vibe I would twigger with.
She's definitely a mama's girl, but her mama is also a bird. So because getting raised by birds appears to be a thing in this game. Sometimes that bird is named Cloud Retainer.
Lucky mommy.
So yeah, I haven't decided to pull for her. If I decide that like Auron might make a good off-field electro applicator because for some reason I need yet another one, then maybe I'll quote build pity unquote. But yeah, my focus is largely on Sitlali and Mavwika. Sitlali, all of the rumored kit that's come out for her is like really monomaniacally focused on promoting the new modifiers that they're adding to cryo-related reactions. So she's going to be falling into the fizz damage abyss. But because I like her, I'll probably pull her anyway, as deeply unwise as that is for anybody who hasn't signed an end-user license agreement. When was the last time they ran her anyway?
If she's not the Shinhei's the furthest one. I think end-user license agreement is the second furthest rerun out in terms of time since last ran.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, because she's going to be mainly buffing things that are very related to cryo-related reactions. So she will buff melt teams. That's true. That might give her a role alongside Mavwika, depending what Mavwika is, but the habit has been historically to keep Archons off-field so that they don't dominate excessively.
Here's what they're going to do. They're going to make Mavwika on field and have half of her kit revolve around physical.
I mean, if I have Sitlali, then that's not going to necessarily be a strictly bad thing for me, but it's certainly going to limit her interaction with the rest of the cast.
It would certainly be a decision.
It would be an upset for the ages, and I think a lot of people would scream and cry until they figured out how overpowered they made her, and then they would all be screaming for end-user license agreement to get in a rerun. But
can't reach him.
but But yeah. So yeah, for the rumored kit is very, very sketchy. I don't know how much credence I give it. Rumored kits have historically been relatively good on the broad strokes, but pretty poor about. Well, you're just gonna fly past these ones?
Oh, did I fly right over them? Oh, there they are. Yeah, I was looking for those. I'm going by a rough MS Paint map.
But yeah, the the broad strokes have historically been pretty solid, but the actual sort of where does the relative power sit in this kit has been pretty sketchy generally, which is, I guess, what you expect for leaks, because they're probably leaked from some like early alpha build or something where they had the concept nailed down but didn't really have what they wanted it to be in the meta nailed down. But yeah, so it makes sense for Sitlali to basically be a promotional engine for new reaction coefficients, since they really want to bring Cryo back in. But since they haven't supported her with anything, it's sort of a bit questionable how effective that's going to be. And since her banner is almost certainly going to be positioned before Muv Weekers, a lot of people simply won't spend the same way that people didn't spend on Yoimiya and didn't spend on Nilu and didn't spend on Writhsley. So yeah, it's a bit. I don't not really sure how that will shake down, but I've got a good wad of Primogems under my belt, and if it's going to be like, you know, there's going to be a couple of versions until Sitlali comes out, I should have a pretty solid amount of resources to play with. It's just going to be a question of well, do I spend any of it now on Chaska, since I know that there's going to be time before the one I'm really targeting, because I'm not terribly interested in now that Shilonen exists, the need for Zhongli has dropped pretty significantly, because Shilonen supplies Shred and Zhongli supplies Shred, so they occupy the same position as far as damage amplification goes. Shilonen supplies healing, Zhongli supplies shield. They occupy the same position as far as as far as sustain goes. So yeah, there's not a lot of reason to pull for Zhongli. Like, Zhongli was on my shortlist a way back when, because there weren't alternatives. But Shilonen is a pretty premium alternative in a lot of ways. So it would just be a question of, oh well, do I want two Shilonens? So so yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't really decided what I'm going to do, and there's no need, and a lot of people seem to have a mentality like you need to pull for a character on day one, but that's not really true. You can wait till the end of the patch cycle to see how things are likely to shake down in the future. If they're on a second banner, if they're on a first banner, it's a bit harder, and whatchamacallit, Chaska's going to be on a first half banner, I would say. But I can wait and see like what sort of team builds work effectively. Can I actually leverage Chaska if I do decide to pull for her? Like, these are the sorts of questions I'm going to be looking for answers to, because I'm not so enamored of Chaska that I want to pull her regardless, the way that I am with Sitlali. So it's just going to be well, do I have resources to spare right now? If so, then why not?
Hello.
Where did you come from? So yeah. I don't think I've got much else to talk about. There's a new survey, so, and they specifically ask you how you feel about Imaginarium Theatre.
All ones.
So
All terrible. Scrap the
have
whole
at
thing.
me. Yeah, I basically said that, more or less. Like, just this is trash. Stop wasting resources. You're just every time this comes up, I accuse them of just trying to cover their backside on Nouvelette. It's like, all of us don't have Nouvelette, right? And you're just penalizing us because some people do, and you designed him wrong.
Yeah, like Nuvalet is so busted that it is honestly at this point considered giving Nuvalet out for free. Make all the world mad. Because you can't balance your game if everybody doesn't have Nuvalet.
Anyway, I don't think I've got much else game-wise to talk about for the week.
All right. Guess we'll jump into the week then.
Right away.
I think we're that long yet. On at least till I get to the end of this trail of
I'm pretty sure we're like 2 hours.
could be or an hour and a half. So yeah, we can go to a break. This is gonna be a
I need the bathroom.
market on this. All right, be right back, folks. And we're back.
Yes, indeed.
We playing real close and dangerous with that break.
You just need to have control over the mute button.
There are fire flowers everywhere. Fire element. It says there's mushes down here, but I don't see. From what I recall last time, there's a couple spots on this map that it's just not correct. That or maybe you have to attack something else.
Well, doesn't that map come from like yonks ago?
Yeah.
They
Oh, wait.
do move and change various creatures over time.
Yeah, I know.
Like, remember when we encountered all those mobs up on the hills in Liyue, and you're like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're Fontaine mobs.
All right. Then the little micro crusade on this path and what?
You're weak.
All right. My week. Work was very busy, but fairly interesting this week because there is degrees of people and their sophistication where every time I encounter the construction worker or the general contractor type people, I'm like, you know, I respect y'all way more than people with degrees because we had to do a startup a week ago, and we had to go back for owner training at a hospital. Now, as you might imagine, hospitals have bureaucracy out the wazoo when it comes to when it
You
comes.
don't know what that even means, man. Your hospitals aren't funded by the state.
Yeah,
I am here to tell you that's a lot worse.
yeah. So in the construction phase where they're building a new building, it is bad enough with the contracting that normally on most sane construction sites that are not just laden down with bureaucratic nonsense, there will be a master blank for that site. And what this is, it's a key that has a very very simple, not secure lock on it while you're still waiting for the actual locks to be made. And because it would be a pain in the butt if you had to go looking for the right key all the time, so they just put the same blank key on every single door. On a hospital site,
Is this like early stage construction type of thing?
yeah, well, it goes most
Where
of the
they're
way
sort of
through.
basically they're just marking out where the locked doors are going to be rather than actually trying to secure them.
Yeah, and it's like that throughout the construction phase until the very end, usually, because it's just, especially when you have a bunch of different contractors on site. If there's only one blank you need to make copies of, it's easy to make sure somebody on in the area around you's got a key if you need to get in somewhere. It just is of the most efficient way to do it. But sometimes you still need to lock stuff up so the random Gehennaoids don't show up and steal stuff. So it needs to have some kind of lock on it. Especially the more populous your area is. Trying very hard. Not
How
to
close you are to the projects.
yeah. Try not to go full Momoy on you, but it's really difficult.
Well, you do live just outside Atlanta and probably do a lot of jobs there.
Yeah. So okay. So that's the standard operating procedure. At this hospital, specifically because this is a giant hospital that is partially funded by the state, it has bureaucracy out the wazoo, so they're not allowed to have a master blank. They already have the doors in with all the locks on them. So you have to sit there and wait on people to call people who might know people who might have the key.
There's not even a master?
No.
Ugh.
There is no blank or equivalent of a blank anywhere to be found, it seems. There are some doors that use blanks, but they go nowhere, or they go to dead ends and have nothing on them. As soon as anything is behind the door, they flip the blank out and put a proper lock on. and this causes all kinds of issues. We were there for an extra like 4 hours both times because we had to stand around and wait for people to find people that had the key. And they were not happy either, and they clearly hadn't been dealing with this since the start. And this contracting company was apparently particularly anal about this. That's in charge of the majority of the stuff going on and putting in the doors. So they basically had to wait for one of them to show up with a key every time. And then we got to parts because most of our things we were starting up here were inside of elevators. We needed to get inside of the elevator shaft. This is not uncommon at all. Happens all the dang time. Some bureaucrat little butt was supervising us, and I didn't know his role in following us around because there's all kinds of people all over the place and some moving with us. So I'm not sure what they were doing, but they were. I assume they were part of the team opening doors or just seeing what's going on. It happens occasionally. Now this guy's job was just to be a bureaucrat, and one of the good old boys prized the elevator open, and me and him have to work together to get this thing open because it's stuck. We finally get the stupid thing open, and I'm like, okay, pumps down there. Okay, we need to have at least one person get down there. He's like, I got it. And this little soy boy goes, what have I told you about wearing a harness? And the good old boy, who is 3 times this guy's size, with a giant beard and not particularly bright, but not exceptionally dumb either, just looks at him and goes, I told you I'm not wearing a harness, and just jumps in the pit. And the bureaucrat guy just threw his hands up in the air and stormed away, probably to go report him, in which this guy did not seem like he would give a crap at all.
Well, you can't lose people from the site. The only person who is surplus to requirements is the bureaucrat.
Yeah, like this guy is getting stuff done and trying to get us in and out, and we're trying to get our startup done and get in and out. And this little bureaucrat is trying to make us have to follow safety procedures. I got news for you. If you follow every safety procedure on a job site, the job's never getting done.
Yeah, I'm constantly in a perpetual. I work in a laboratory. That means we are sort of like we are the mecca for health and safety people who want to make like people's lives difficult. So I know what it's like. I'm constantly fighting an uphill battle against all these things. Like when I began working in labs, there was no PPE requirement whatsoever. It was not a thing. But nowadays we've got to wear, we've got to wear a hairnet, we've got to wear booties, we've got to wear lab coat, we've got to wear gloves, we've got to wear safety glasses. Everything conceivable you have to wear.
Yeah.
And like the safety glasses thing was the most recent thing to put in. Like chemistry labs, safety glasses, everybody wears them for self-preservation reasons. In a micro lab, it's basically not any point. In fact, it makes a lot of things that you have to do harder. But and when you go corpo, health and safety department has more raw power than any other department. So you have to do what they say.
Yeah. And so yeah, bureaucratic nonsense happens, but it's just, to me, it's always fun whenever the contractors or the construction crew, because they just don't give a crap. Like these little whenever, especially whenever they try to pull crap, like these little soy boys just don't get it. That we do not care about them, and they are in fact making everything harder for us, and we will just ignore them. So he didn't particularly like me prying the one of the locks open with a knife and a crowbar.
Yeah, well, you probably hadn't signed a form in triplicate first.
You can get over it. Everybody wanted to get out of there because we all had better stuff to be doing that day. And as soon as we got one of the keys, I was like, no, we ain't. Crap. Somebody got a knife.
The thing is, like, the only iota of sympathy, and it is merely an iota that I have, is that a lot of the reason these people are so anal is because they're going to be audited. The state is going to send somebody from, I don't know what they're called in your part of the world.
Yeah, the
Occupational health and safety.
Yeah, I know they're the apparatus you're talking about, but I'm brain farting on its name.
Yeah, I think I don't remember what it's called in New Zealand, but there's two prongs to this. There is uh the International Standards Organization regulatory, and there's the government's own regulatory, and you're going to get audited by both of these chumps sooner or later. And if you don't have all of your freaking paper in order, they will make your life a living hell, and nobody will understand why except for you. And nobody will give you the time of day when you try and resolve the corrective actions that they force you to do.
Yeah,
That's the thing. They are like this because they know how much they're going to suffer later when they get caught.
yeah,
Even though the things that they know they're asking are totally unreasonable and stupid, they're going to get lynched for it by some faceless bureaucrat above them.
yeah. It did seem a lot with that bureaucrat. Like he knew that was going to be the response, but he wanted to make the verbal attempt anyway. Like I tried.
Yeah, because he needs to cover himself. Because he's the one who's going to be on the line. If he's been given the responsibility of managing health and safety in the workplace, and he knows he's going to get audited in 3 months' time or whatever, because they need to make sure you're compliant with like ISO 4500 or whatever. I can't remember what the number of the ISO for workplace safety is, but yeah, this is the world that I move in because I'm a manager of one of these dangerous facilities, and it's a huge pain in the backside, my goodness. And it's very easy to resent the health and safety people, and then audit comes along, and you don't know things as well. You don't know the legislation as well as your health and safety guy does, and they will save you when you get put on the spot. Because that's basically the job of the health and safety guy, is to know the legislation so that they can appease the bureaucrats the government will send. It's like it's one of those, the bureaucracy must expand to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy things, but as long as it's in place, you do need that one guy on staff who knows the legislation so that you don't get screwed.
You need the guy to ward off the other bureaucrats. You need to bring your own.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to have your own bureaucrat so you can play duel monsters against the other bureaucrats.
I'm sure Sino would approve. So yeah, that was an interesting event this week at work. Was just getting to see it rawer than I've seen in a while. Of just people going, "No, we ain't doing that," and just looking at the health and safety guy and going, "Yeah, no," because while they may be covering their butt and able to bail you out of the job site, the other push is when it comes to construction, especially safety regulations have gotten so insane that you just won't get the job done ever.
Yeah, that's the number one reason. Like, I've heard this discussed in New Zealand actually. The number one reason why construction takes so long is that if the wrong person is sick or absent, who is responsible for certain aspects of signing off health and safety for the day, you simply can't start work. You're not allowed to. It's against the law,
Yeah,
and
and
so no work gets done that day. I'm getting an activated fungi.
that's
What's
because
going on?
that's because he's a lightning fungi that was hanging out by the
Oh,
by the
he was
light.
electrifying his own spores.
Yeah, they already are on that light. Okay, I think he's the only.
We're nearly at the end of the current battle pass, right?
I've already finished.
Oh, I finished it like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Like, I haven't had to
Oh,
do
you
any
mean is it
battles for a
about
month.
is it about to roll over? Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see. 1 day, 4 hours until.
yeah. I thought it must be because, like I said, I finished it weeks ago.
So yeah. So that was my workplace adventures this week. Oh, but yeah. So work has been tedious because I've had to go to job sites again, and I haven't had to go in quite a while. Um, and and dealing with that garbage. But I did just find little things like that where I can of just the bureaucrat getting told what's what, like because if so dumb, like the fact that people can't accept risk anymore, probably because women have to work in construction now. Uh, the they're just so scared of that crap, and there's so many dumb regulations.
Well, the thing is, I'm not totally unsympathetic because, like, my boss, for instance, he's an old salt. He's an accountant, but he's an old accountant, like a really old accountant who's been in charge of like heaps of like factory environments and that sort of thing, and he's seen some absolutely horrific accidents and has had to go to court multiple times over them because health and safety wasn't up to code.
Yeah,
Like
it,
his favorite story to tell is that one day on the site he was handed what he thought was a wig, but it was actually a woman's scalp because she tried to get too close to a running machine to clean something, and it grabbed her hair and tore her scalp off. He's got like so many of these stories as well because he's been in the game a long time, usually working factories.
I see.
Because this stuff happens. The problem is that health and safety is not bad intrinsically. It's the fact that it becomes more about the exercise of regulation than about keeping people safe.
Stop that one from going. No, no, he activated.
He was sucking on that crystal.
Actually,
Anyway,
yeah,
work stories.
yeah. So that's been eating my work week right now. Is just
Are you done with startups for the time being?
for until the first week of December. I've got another one, so I've got a week and 2 weeks off basically. Startups, startups and owner training, and thankfully the people on site for the owner training were just Art Plumbing, our customer, and so they showed up with the stupid camera enough to just barely pass uh, whatever their little inspection was that they needed to do or do the minimum, and so we gave them the quick and easy, and we're in and out once we actually were able to get the doors open. So that was nice. But
What
yeah,
about the people who keep rescheduling their startup?
they're the one currently on the first week of December. They wanted to do it on the week of Thanksgiving, in the middle of the week. And Thanksgiving's on a Thursday. I told them that ain't gonna work. So, yeah, he wants me to submit some kind of owner training plan to go with it. I'm like, my dude, you're gonna have them show up in front of me, and I'm gonna tell them this thing's gonna work itself. It's an elevator system. If this thing comes on, you got bigger problems than how the heck do I work my control panel. This thing comes on, it's gonna be the last of your worries, and it should be automated. No, a training plan. Okay. Sure. I'm surprised our boy here hadn't woken up when we killed all his mushroom friends.
He's not a live one.
So yeah, that's all the work stories I got for this week. But just interesting stuff. I always like when the contractors are like, yeah, no, we that to the bureaucrats' faces. Uh, But
How
yeah,
deep was this pit?
about 8 feet down. So
Foot.
uh,
3 foot to a yard, right? And a yard is about 90-ish centimeters.
something like that. Sounds right.
But like, I would jump off stuff taller than that in the playground all the time when I was 5.
Yeah, get some to spawn from this. But yeah, I know it's it is what it be. So after that, got most of stuff done, and headed back, and I've been just slowly plinking away at other miscellaneous end of year stuff in the office. Um, so I guess we're on to video games. I'll do the non-Hoyo. So we'll start with single player. Um, most of this week's free time. Last week's went into that stupid Bang Boo TV event. Um, most of this week's free time went into playing through and finishing Ys Origin, which is the prequel to Ys 1 and 2. And I had finished Ys 1 and 2, as I mentioned last week, and started Origin. And Origin, like those two, is not a particularly long game. However, you do have to beat it 3 times. So the thing with Ys Origin is it is a fairly short game of going through the dungeon that is the final dungeon of Ys 1. Now, the final dungeon in Ys 1 eats half the runtime of the game, so it's like 2 hours long. But in this game, they've given it quite the glow up, so it's about 4 hours per playthrough in total. And you need to go through it 3 times, and it establishes the world and the system and explains why magic is mostly divine in nature in this universe instead of being very arcane and evocation heavy with any of the traditional. There they are. Oh, there's a bunch of them here. With your standard magical systems, you might associate with a fantasy world. So yeah, um, they're good. They're interesting. I liked Origin a lot gameplay wise. I do wish it was not as old as it is now because it has a conf. You know, a game's good when it opens up with a. Do you want to launch the game or the config or the config console? That's always oh dear. We're
Or
playing.
doesn't Sky do that?
Yeah, Sky does. It's always we're playing a port of a relatively old game when it does that. And this was, yeah, Origin was a PSP game. It actually might have been released on PC first, but the Steam releases that XC did tend to prettify the releases a bit and add a bit of stuff to them. The path of this. Okay. Oh, we got a little bit of this path already, so yeah. It's a isometric uh action RPG. Very emphasis on the action more than the RPG. But it is isometric. There is no dodge button and there is no guard button. There is don't be in the way of an attack when it happens or you're getting hit because the only way to nullify damage is to do a one of your 3 skills you'll unlock for the character will have iframes on it if you fully charge it by pressing and holding the button. And the iframes are very small. And it is just there for dealing with a few bosses. It is not a reliable means of negating damage whatsoever. But it's fun enough for what it is. The gameplay is relatively simple. There's not a whole lot of complexity to it, but just learning the enemy attack patterns and learning the bosses is fun. It's got plenty of bonus modes for after you beat the game. You beat the game if you really enjoy it. Um, and I'm trying. map here. It's talking, it's like this. There they are. You spotted. But yeah, so it gets a solid recommend for me if that sounds good. There's really not much to describe it. It's a standard action RPG, and from an isometric perspective, you got an attack button. It does have a jump button, which you would think will be a problem because there is a little bit of platforming, but it isn't because the platforming isn't particularly complicated, and the perspective tends to keep the platforming on the same z-axis as you, so you don't run into any shoes there. So it's not the scary deal that can sound like.
Well, I mean, the thing is, for me, the pressing question here, really, is this actually worth your play, or is it just because Aristeel's completionist itch is being scratched by doing all of these games?
If you're going to experience the story of the initial East games to get yourself a foundation, it's pretty integral to it because East 1 and 2 are story light. These go
Well,
into
the thing is, they're also not telling us whether the story is actually any good or not. You're just talking about, oh,
well,
if you want to.
yeah, because it's going to be a lot of that final story decision is going to come when I play the other games and see how much the Eldine and magic not being a part of the universe and where demons come from actually plays into the other games. Because this is all setting up the apparatus around that and the systems around that. The third story is very good. You pick one of three playable characters, and each one has their own unique story. The first two are not canon, but they're fine. Um, they're not a waste of time, but I wouldn't call them good either. With Unica and Hugo, with Law, however, your third playable character that you unlock, his is the canon ending, and his is much better and has many more cutscenes and is actually pretty good on its own. And I would say is worth it to go through for him. But because you have to beat the game at least once to unlock his story, and you really should play the other two in their entirety, because they give you context for his story. So his story doesn't have to waste time going back over stuff you already saw in Hugo and Unica's story. You do have to kind of play the game 3 times. But I liked his story a lot. It was worth going through by itself for that. For the meta arc and implications, though, that's going to depend largely on how much this ties back to the rest of the series and how well they use it. What my final opinion will be. It's and the gameplay is solid and fun by itself. So I don't think the story is super necessary if you're enjoying playing the game when you boot it up. The only gripe I have about the gameplay is certain parts of it, especially when it comes to key binding, are hard locked, and you have to do some janky Steam button config and config micro launcher stuff to get the controls you want, and you will not be able to move jump off of the cancel button. So if you really want jump on X, it's not happening unless you're okay with your square and or your cross and circle being backwards. So yeah, I'm stalling with it because I really don't have that much to say on it because it's tied into poking at the greater East story and world and setting than it is playing it for its own individual merits and deciding this was a game I really wanted to play. How much I didn't dislike my time with it, but I'm having trouble recommending it for people that the isometric action RPG doesn't appeal to. The game can get quite difficult on nightmare mode in particular. So I would temper your difficulty in that way if you do decide to play it. So stick to hard or maybe normal or maybe even easy if you're really bad at these type of games, because it seems like they scale your experience, the great crime, based on your difficulty.
Oh my goodness. I guess this is back in time.
Yeah, this one's pretty old now. Here we go. They're dancing around the fire. Let's see if I can fire up. Okay, fire successfully put out before they could fire themselves. So yeah, that's really all I got on it. I wish I had more to say on it because I did like the game, but it's just one stock unit isometric action RPG that doesn't offend you and is just good the whole way through. If that sounds up your alley, yeah, go ahead and give it a shot. You can probably even play it independently or use it as a jumping on point. But
But bump combat.
no, this one doesn't have bump combat. This one has an attack button.
Just one button.
There's a skill button and an attack button, and you can press and hold the skill button for a charged effect. And each character gets 3 skills you can cycle between with the bumpers. And that's as deep as it gets. there is no more depth to the combat. Most of it is just in learning the boss attack patterns and adjusting to it that way. So that's where we at with Ys. On to Hoyo games, I suppose. Let's see here. We'll start with Gimshin because nothing happened in Gimshin at Box Week.
Everyone loves boxes.
Yep, but that also means Genshin is on hold. I've been trying to recoup some Mora from the big spend I did a while ago. I'm back up to 3.8 million. Don't have a 4-star. I'm looking at bumping up right now. Probably pick one, especially because my pulling plans aren't looking super active for the near future. I just don't know who that's going to be yet. Because the thing with 4-stars in this game, once you've got the premium ones leveled up, the other ones are much of a muchness.
Yeah, they're pretty much trash. That's why they always talk about the Power 4.
Yeah,
It's always Shangling, Bennett, Fischl, and Sucrose.
and Xi Jinping.
Yeah, him too. Depending on what you're building.
Yeah, but there's
I've actually been thinking of doing him because I've only got one Farina to go between 2 teams that kind of want Hydro available. Well, it's more that my Ningguang team wants Farina specifically, but my Clorinda team wants Hydro.
yeah. I guess I could level up Tsuki Shinobu or whatever her name is. Arataki Ito's lawyer girlfriend that follows him around.
I've never seen her practicing law.
Yeah, but she claims she learned it. She went to Liyue to learn it.
Well, she went to the same school as a lawyer. I don't know if they actually say, oh well, she graduated as a lawyer, as opposed to, oh well, they shared some classes. I don't know how schooling works in Liyue.
Yeah. But yeah, she showed up as a random one-off, so I got her on the last batch of pulls I did for Zalonin.
I still don't have her. I've pulled on several banners where she's available, I think, but I've never gone with her.
Yeah, I don't know if I haven't pulled on anywhere she's been right up or if I just haven't gotten her until now. But I got her with the Zalonin. I don't think she was right up at all. So I got her at C0. She's there, and she is an option for some variants of the Hyper Bloom teams if you just need an activator for the lightning portion of it. So
but you've got kitchen.
Yeah. So I don't know. When it comes to 4-stars in the other 2 games, usually I can put one on that's my next project list because they all have some use. But in Genshin, that after I finished Bennett, who was the last of the power slots, well, I got Sucrose still, I suppose. I could work on her, but I also have Farazan.
No, you must work on Toma.
But yeah, I just I don't know.
There's always Dory. Dory's always there for you.
No, she's not. She's there too much for me. Trying a bit too hard. I'm not gonna notice you. Senpai will not notice you, Dory. Not happening. So okay. But yeah, I've been having a lot of trouble deciding what to do with my resources in Genshin, and it's come down to just saving the generic resources and accruing them again because I just don't really have a plan for most of the 4-stars. Like I look at them, I'm like, could build them, but most of them are not just suboptimal, but outright bad. Like there's almost no use case for these.
Yeah, the only ones that people really talk about of the new ones are just a handful of them, like whatchamacallit, the name's just completely evaporated from my brain. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, Farazan, yeah. Like Farazan C6 people talk about all the time
Yeah,
as being an important piece in the teams that need an emo, but yeah, the other ones that's just not really. I remember back in the day, like yonks ago, people were really keen on Razor, and everybody says that if Cryo ever comes back, then Layla's going to be important. And the other one that comes up regularly is Goro.
yeah, Goro. I like Goro. Well, okay. I like that Yai Miko has turned Goro into a meme. Close enough.
I would, if Miss Hina became an independent character, then I would definitely pull for her.
I would find a way to run Miss Hina just for the memes. It just that gag works so well because Goro just doesn't know. I hope they find
I,
a way to keep that running.
I just enjoy Yai Miko shenanigans in general.
Poor Goro. He
Like,
did.
she's always riding that line of, is she deliberately trying to engage only in harmless shenanigans, or is it just a coincidence that they happen to be harmless and she's still entertained by them?
Yeah. Oh, it's probably pragmatic trolling. She gets away with as much as she thinks she can before people get really mad at her.
Well, the thing is that when it comes to the ladder of power and authority, literally the only person that's equivalent to her is Kujo Sara, and the only person above her is the Raiden Shogun. So she can pretty much do what she wants.
Yeah, but you don't want the entire populace of the rebel army uh getting called down on you because you made the
Well,
fish
the thing is
girl's
that
dog mad.
the populace like her better than they like Kujo Sara because they think that she brings them good fortune.
Turkey, stop trying to fish. I want to get the bird meat. Almost through the fungi farming path.
Yeah, the drops have not been great for me today. The rate of them seems to be quite low.
I have not been keeping track of my mushrooms dropping.
I've seen
So
quite a few just no drops, which is
yeah,
what's worrying me.
go do a mushing spree after we finish and see where you stand. Do you have the Oh, hello. Bonus shrooms. I love them bonus shrooms. But yeah. So I'm stuck in Genshin. Don't have anything going on in this game until I decide to pull for a 5-star basically. And I'm just playing it event to event, going back occasionally when I feel like it, cleaning up stuff.
Well, the I suppose the fallback build position is to build for Imaginarium Theatre access.
Yeah, that's the shoe is Imaginarium Theater exists and no amount of complaining is going to make them just abandon something they dumped that much dev time into. They may de-emphasize it, they may eventually get around to fixing it, but I don't think the horizontal investment nature of it's going away. So it might be worth it just to pick somebody that's cute and put points into it.
Yeah, I've been thinking of if Sitlali wasn't coming out, I mean, I might have acted on it sooner. But I've been thinking of building Charlotte just so that I've got a cryo character, and I liked her in the story. Like she's sort of like of the she's like the good journalist, the journalist who still thinks that being a journalist is noble and is trying to do her best.
Sele. Take a Sele detour. Oh, there's some shrooms. Oh, there's a bunch of shrooms.
Also, I never finished building Rosaria. Like, I started it as a project, and I'm like, yeah, where is this going? She's a cryophysical hybrid, which is possibly the least useful thing in the game.
Yeah, your boy Frimine. He's coming. He's gonna make a comeback.
Is he?
No,
I don't
no.
know.
I don't think the biggest numbers on the coefficients he uses could save him.
He's so jank. Yeah, we don't know who the 4 stars are going to be on any of the forthcoming banners, I don't think, other than the fact that Auroron will be one of them in the next patch. So,
Yeah, and just the thing with 4 stars is they're too scared to one up the power 5, and so we're just kind of stuck.
yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, the Power 5 are evergreen characters, which is great. That's great from a player perspective, from a a money spinner perspective, from a profiteering perspective. It's not a great thing at all. It's pretty bad, in fact, because it'd be like, oh well, we could release this new support, and it's like, oh well, we have 2 choices in that case. Number one, we can power creep the power 4, in which case, or power 5, in which case we're going to end up knackered because our power curve is going to accelerate beyond our control, or we can make them worse, I guess, in which case nobody will care and it won't be a pulling draw. So yeah, it's not, there's no good answer for them. Like their decided course has basically stranded them in this position, and there's not really a good way out of it. Like, maybe eventually they will get power creeped, but they just don't release very many 4 stars. It's just not a thing. And their most recent released one's probably what, Sethos? Or no, Kachina?
Yeah.
Kachina was basically a demo character for a new region's mechanics. And Sethos is just a mystery. Like, I don't understand why he exists, because he doesn't really serve a purpose in the meta. He doesn't really give anything new to new players, and he's just not that interesting or good.
Yeah, it seems like somebody had an idea for Sino's story, so they wrote this icky boy character, and they're like, well, we can't market that. They turned him into a 4 star.
Well, he was always going to be too much of a side character to be a 5 star in theory. I mean, there's always weird cases like Emily, who was like, well, why? You never met her before. Why is she a 5 star? Or Chiori, well, you never met her before. Why is she a 5 star? Like, I don't understand what goes into those. I think it's just the desire to sell 5 stars. Like, it's a sales thing. They're just trying to sell power, and that's the self same thing that holds the old guard from being fixed. Is that why fix an old character if you can just make a new character who's the good version of them for the time being?
Yeah, and like Kachina had like a role as like I guess the budget Navia crystallized generator. If you really wanted somebody that wasn't super good at it but could do it.
I think that most of the people that use Kachina do it because they like Kachina.
Yeah, well, I think we've got the most use out of Kachina because she's fun to drive around town.
Yeah, like there's you can't put a price on what should we call it, the drill thing. What's it called? What's its
Turbo
name?
Twirly.
Turbo Twirly. Yeah, you can't put a price on Turbo Twirly.
So yeah, Genshin I'm just kind of stuck. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do with it. I'm playing event to event, waiting for SQ to come out. It's been backburnered for quite a while now. There are plenty of exploration stuff floating around that I could do. Lots of quests in Fontaine and I think even some in Natlan and a ton in Sumeru that just are waiting to get done. That I haven't done. I think even Inazuma's still got some quests that I haven't done for most of
Yeah, I've got
them.
a huge amount of stuff to do, and I don't think I'm ever going to have enough time to do it all. So I just do whatever I feel like when I get the opportunity. I'm chewing through character quests at the moment, like I said. and they are very finite because they are very high budget.
Yeah. So
But then
I
there's like the large scale world quest to do, and in the end, there's always Aranara.
yeah, you could after you beat the Aranara. You haven't beat the Aranara.
No,
Like
well, when people want to demonstrate online, and I see this on Twitter, when people want to demonstrate online their devotion to playing Genshin, the Aranara badge is what they use.
that they finished the Aranara.
Yeah, that they did all of the Aranara because you
That's
have to do all of them to get the little icon.
oh, fill out that whole notebook. Like
Oh no!
I got the little blue quest to go away. I'm not finishing that notebook anytime this century.
Oh, there's only 2 days left on the artifact transmuter. Is it worthwhile to just pump crappy artifacts to feed into the artifact transmuter? Is that worth it?
Yeah, because it gives you a one of the things you use to do a pick tick for an artifact of with your
How many do I need to grind up?
3 per artifact you want. You want the
Right.
artifact and 2 substat. If you want the primary stat and 2 substats, you need 3. And they are being incredibly hoyo with that resource.
Well, I mean, you don't want to undermine your primary source of long-term grinding from a like a retention perspective. Like I know it's horrible. Believe me, I know. I've spent so long farming for artifacts for my HSR characters. Nobody can ever claim that I don't know what it's like to grind in a Hoyo game. But they also need it because that's what keeps people coming back day after day between content drops.
Yeah. I I really ZZZ is weird for me and that I've not had very much artifact trouble. It's just the raw number of weeks you have to spend on the basic permanent upgrade resources that have been getting me in that game. And have taken
I've
forever
had
to get
trouble
through.
with everything. As everything has been problematic for me. There's nothing that has gone well for me as far as ZZZ is concerned. Right up into the pools. m2grace.jpg.
Yeah, I was stuck in that rut until very recently in Star Rail. I had to once I finally got over the weekly boss kill hump, and I could reasonably have enough boss drops to get all my characters that I'm working on the drops they need. It got better because I knew I wasn't hard locked by those. I think we might have got them all. I think we got everybody. All the mushes. All the mushes.
Where do I see how many essences I've got saved up from salvaging?
I think they're an inventory item somewhere. I don't know if
Yeah,
I
but there's like
have
a
any.
million tabs in the inventory.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any. Don't know if I can tell. Okay, it's sanctifying elixir. I think is what it's called.
Yeah, but which of the million inventory
The
tabs is it
one
in?
next to the teapot, to the left of the teapot at the very end.
That one, okay. Because
Precious
that's what
items
I'm going to
tab.
be spending if I want to try and make a bunch of fodder artifacts. How many fodder artifacts do I need to get one thing to spit out?
To get one sanctifying elixir. You feed it artifacts that are plussed, but not. Is that this game? Oh, your mechanics. I forget which ones are which.
They have to be plussed, but they don't have to be maxed. But the amount of credit you get will vary.
Yeah. I do not know the amount each one gives. I still got 2 days and 17 hours on my cooldown, so
Mm.
I can't push buttons just to check for you.
No, it's not 2 days, 17 hours on cooldown. It's so much as there's 2 days, 17 hours left of the cycle. So, like, let's say if it's locked. I don't have an unlocked one, unfortunately. I don't have an unlocked 20. The fours of which I have the most, they give you 4%. So presumably 20 gives you 20%.
Okay, so you need 100 pluses to get one sanctifying elixir.
Right, but I can't work out how many plus juice I've got lying around either because I don't know where that is in the inventory.
Oh, oh, the artifact level up stuff. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I usually just tell it to do auto, let it eat my artifacts. It's probably at the bottom of the
Why
artifact
is it
list.
so hard to find anything in this game?
It's at the bottom of the artifact list.
It's worse in freaking Honkai Impact Third, but it's oh my goodness, I've got so many. I need to go through these and clean them out, grind them up to something I want. Okay, I've got 659 purples and 432 blues.
Yeah, so I would just pick some junk oranges and plus
And
them to
1300 orange artifacts that
just pick some oranges and get them to +4 and throw them in the mulcher. Golly, so much garbage here. Uh, but yeah, that's Genshin. Don't know what I'm gonna do or what I'm gonna plan for. It'll depend on what the next character I want to roll for is. Uh, but basically,
you don't form attachments to characters spontaneously like I do, so it always seems to be a rough thing for you to decide.
yeah. When I do attach to a character, I tend to attach them pretty hard, but it's a premeditated attachment. I don't get kidnapped by characters like you do.
I just like I like Citlali a lot. Like she's kind of she's a little bit goofy, but in an endearing way.
Yeah. So so that's Genshin. Let's save Star Rail for last. ZZZ was a farming week this week mostly. The new Shiyu defense came out. The last node was a bugbear, but I managed to get it. Uh,
What are
'cause,
the regulations on a successful completion of sheer defense?
I think just
Is it time or survival or what?
I think for the critical nodes, it is this is the timed ones that came out this week.
Ugh,
The the survival
just
ones are down.
not interested.
It's
Like having any game mechanic in an action game that is based on time, where there is multiple characters, it's only based on meta. That's the only thing in question. Like skill will not take you far enough.
yeah
If it was about skill, it wouldn't matter what characters you used. No, this is about meta.
they have split this one pretty evenly, 50-50 with one side being fizz burn weakness, mostly burn, and the other side being electro and ether with very heavy emphasis on electro. I think there's one node that's ice ether in the middle somewhere. One half of one node. Um, so I have a premium Fire Fizz team that could only be made better with Caesar. So I rolled those nodes that half of the node as fast as I could, and even though my Electro team needs some work, I was able to get through with Grace and Kingi. And
I only roll characters that I really like playing. Like Ari asked me today about rolling for Yanagi, and I'm like, I just don't really feel it when I'm playing her. Generally speaking, I don't really like interrupt combo mechanics if the animations are so elaborate that it's really hard to figure out where you are in an attack chain.
the main thing I don't like about Yanagi is, even though I don't fully understand her mechanics, her part of her mechanics involves doing a attack that makes you dash through the enemy and wind up behind them.
I got hit by things so many times because of that. It's like I'm standing behind the thing that is doing like a pulsing attack in front of it, and then I dash through it and get whopped.
Yeah, I
It
saw
keeps happening. I was so rustled.
I saw that happen. I'm like, I could use an anomaly or damage dealing lightning that isn't named.
I I
That is,
already don't have very much control over what I'm doing in an action game. I'm not good at action games. I'm never going to be good at action games because of the amount of time investment required to genuinely become good at action games. I don't need a character that's not going to be under my control a degree beyond what I'm already dealing with.
yeah, you may be able to work around that. I didn't like it, and I've already overtapped for between Bernice and Jane.
I've got 30k and Miyabi's got more waifu points because she's hilariously autistic. So
yeah,
I'll pull for Miyabi on waifu basis because, well, I mean, I've got Fox Girl Yai Miko, I've got Fox Girl Fei Xiao. I need to get another Fox Girl to get the trifecta.
yeah. Made an adorable Bangbu. They all
She
made it.
did,
They all make
but
adorable
I think
Bangbus.
she's generally adorable, and I wish that I had a subordinate who was willing to take so much paperwork off my hands.
Yeah,
It's like, because I feel I sort of like she is living the dream, right? Like I am a scientist who's forced to be a bureaucrat. She is nominally supposed to be a bureaucrat, but she has a subordinate who takes care of the bureaucracy so she can do the thing she's actually good at. So I am deeply envious of Miyabi.
yeah. So yeah, that's ZZZ. The Bangbu event we've talked about at length, and that was last week anyway. I do not like it. It drives me insane, and I wanted to just get it done and out of the way, so I already through it. Last weekend did a little bit more of the battle tower. I thought I got floor 20. I had not. I got to floor 10, and I pestered Vol to watch it so that he had context for what the heck it was. And I really am looking forward to chewing into that game mode. But it is going to be a investment anytime I want to because there was a lot of whoops, mess that up. Quick restart the stage.
It's definitely going to be a back burner thing that I'm not going to think about at all until I've cleared basically the rest of the content in the game, because that doesn't seem like something that's going to generate any kind of a recurring flow of polychrome, which is what I need right now to expand my roster because I have M2 Grace.
Hey, I finally broke my equivalent to Grace. The other game, maybe two's as high as it goes before the curse breaks.
And now you have feet.
Yeah, don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I have feet.
Clara is adorable. I choose to think it's not her fault that there are people online who are perverts
Well,
and are only looking at her feet.
well, according to the conversation, she can't wear shoes because they make her twist her ankles.
Well, she's just not used to it. She is somehow used to walking in snow in bare feet all the time.
So yeah, ZZZ kind of in a farm mode, trying to work on more of the roster, trying to get things like I'm trying to get Kingi to 11 11 11. This is any character to 11 11 11 is a very long and arduous process that takes a
I
lot
don't have
of skill gems.
I don't have any of those, and it's not just 11 11 11. It's more like 11 11 11 11 11 6.
Yeah, it's I've got their core skills finally for all the ones I plan on getting skills up for, but man, it takes a long leveled up. I got them to 99999, or I got
How much
Kingi
do, how much does
9999.
an extra boss cost
Uh,
beyond the 3 that you're allocated?
60 resin or 60
Ugh,
matter.
that's steep.
It is steep, but
Especially considering how low my damage output is. It takes me like 5-6 minutes to kill one.
it also you get 300 resin per day because of the coffee. So it's it doesn't hit as bad when I spend a day to do those.
I can murder the crap out of Pompey without too much difficulty, but all the other ones are a real struggle for me.
Yeah, I can do the one that I load the most and the one I need to do right now because I've been putting him off is the ballerina twins.
Oh, I don't want to think about that. I'm tempted to like purposefully avoid any character that requires me to fight ballerina twins.
Just go buy their stuff for simulated universe points.
Yeah,
But
that's why I haven't been spending those points. That's why I haven't been spending those points, because I know sooner or later there's going to be something that's like, well, I can't farm this. I'll want to kill myself by the time I'm done. So I just keep them. I hold on to them. Eventually, I might need to spend them, but they're against the day that I get a character that I really, really like, really want to level their core skill, but what they're asking me to do is completely bonkers. The upside is I suppose, about the way they've structured things is if you really, really hate a boss, you're still going to get the same amount of mats if you turn the difficulty way down and want them
Yeah. The
of the key mat. You're not going to get a good payoff for your 3 investment or your energy investment, but you are going to get the mat you needed.
yeah. The boss drops when it comes to the twin ballerinas, I don't care that it's off type. I could go on type and do more damage and probably do it faster, but
What is it weak again?
uh ice ether.
E- Ice Ether, the one that nobody who wasn't rolling at the start of the game can do. Like this seems like a real problem for them. This is why I keep bringing this up.
It's
Is that Ice Ether is the early adopter combo, and
yeah.
if you weren't an early adopter, you're screwed.
There's like the past few Shield defenses. There's been one token ice ether node, and half a node, and they seem to have got it that people don't have access to that because in the end game modes on the rotation they don't seem to be putting very many nodes in that are like that.
There have been 3 leaked characters for the idols, like the idol unit characters from that have been rumored that you can find in like the bits and pieces of like billboards around New Eridu, and there's a little bit of concept art from early on leaked around the place of idol characters. One of those is Ether Anomaly.
Okay, that'll help a lot
There's
when they come out.
also a physical support, and I can't remember what the other one is.
Yeah.
But
So
these are all rumors. So and they're, like I said before, rumor can predict things that common sense can also predict. So
yeah, they have not leaned into ice ether very much since the very early days of the game. Probably because, well, they want to sell the new characters that are not ice ether, and they also know that those characters are probably in low supply amongst them right now. They probably have gotten the message because they seem to be getting the message on a lot of other stuff in that game. So
I feel like that when it comes to say ice, for instance, everybody knows about Miyabi because Miyabi was in the beta, but Miyabi was Ayaka. She was in the beta. She was previewed early on. Everybody knew about her and wanted her, but they delayed her because her kit's a disaster and that needed to be rebuilt.
I wonder if ether enemies
But the thing
having.
with
Oh, go ahead.
the thing I was going to say, the thing with Joe is that she's basically Seele.
Yeah.
She is a character who lives and breathes crit rate, crit damage, and that's basically all that there is to her. She's a classic early gacha game hyper carry. So they needed a simplistic character like that for launch, but they also needed to separate her from the maximum possible distance from the character everybody was waiting for while not delaying that character too long. So I think that pattern is actually relatively predictable.
So one thing I'll say about the end game, even though it is very obviously going to turn into, you're going to need the better units on cycle at some point for Shield defense. So far, and even this applies to all content in the game, I've not found anything impossible as long as you don't take a team that resists. As long as you don't try to bring a burn team on something that resists burn, you can get through it. Like, my zoo is not particularly well built, but she was the best option I had for dealing damage on the Electro side. And yeah, I had Kingi and Grace, but they're not as well built. They still have quite a bit of work to
They
do.
are you're living in a world of S ranks.
Yeah.
This is not the same as what a real non-premium team is. A non-premium team that has 1 to 2 A ranks in it, not a team that's made of 3 S ranks. That's
Well,
not worth considering.
well, your support slot being an A rank is not that uncommon. Most
Well,
people,
she's a that's for the buff bots.
yeah,
That's not like, and Nicole staked out a reputation very early on for being a Power 5 equivalent for ZZZ because her shred is so good and shred is hard to get.
yeah. So you've got basically Lucy and Nicole will likely.
Lucy's just a flat attack buff. Like Lucy's not going to last long term.
Yeah,
Like that, you need to be aware that Lucy's going to be replaced.
yeah,
Because she's
but
just a power. She's like a straight up times 1.x to your damage, but that is not a very big 1.x, and it can be outstripped by mechanics very easily.
yeah, but The point I'm getting at here is it it seems like they're all doable with enough work at it and good enough built damage hoses on each team, as long as you're not playing against the resistances of the enemies on the node. If you bring something, if you bring a Fizz character to a Fizz resist fight or a Burn character to a Burn resist fight, you're not going to have a good time. It's going to be,
Well, a fizz resist is a special case because everybody does fizz damage.
yeah.
There's no catalyst characters in this game, so it's kind of it becomes an iffy situation. Like my main is a pure physical character, so that basically would cut my main out entirely. I would be starting with the second string, and if I can't make the second string work, and the second string is NB, if for some reason, any reason at all, NB is not compatible with that fight, that basically means I don't have a second team because there's so few leads that I can really run.
But so far, I think there's only one or two Fizz resist machines.
Everybody hates it.
And
Is
they are
it
weak
the
to
blue
electro.
one or the red one that's
Oh,
resistant to fizz? Oh, I
I
can't remember. I
think it's the red one.
I don't remember
Yeah,
because it's whichever one comes up in blitz for me like every second time.
yeah. They are seem to be conscious of the fact that Fizz resist will be a problem and have not put it on too many. In fact, resists in general are only on a few mobs and they only resist one thing. It seems there's no dual resists. I don't think on any mob.
It
So
better not be because
so
that's going to look real cynical if they do that.
but yeah, it as long as your team can do well on one side, you can at least A rank it.
It's just a perception thing, but I think it has worked to Hoyo's advantage in Star Rail that resistances are all silent. Like every mob has resistances, often lots of resistances. There's often only like one or two things that there's like usually everything that isn't a weakness is usually a resist, and the resistances run the gamut. Like they are very variable from 10% up to like 50%.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all silent. You can only figure them out by experimentation or by looking on the wiki. And I think that actually works to their advantage because it doesn't give the overt appearance of marginalizing any particular character or build.
Yeah, versus in ZZZ, if you hit something that resists, you're going to see gray numbers, and the meter for anomaly is going to go up way slower.
Yeah, and like it's like you feel like you're being got at when it comes to that. It's like, oh, this is designed to screw my team. Well, this isn't fair. I'm at a disadvantage. I can't really do anything. And like there's an argument for well, they are disclosing the mechanics in such a way that you can strategize around it, but it also just kind of feels bad to see
Yeah,
gray numbers all the time.
yeah. I don't. My opinion on their current setup for in game is going to It's going to change over time based on what in game modes they introduce. Uh, I like the battle tower thing because it's permanent content that you can plink away at, and I like it because it's challenging content that's not time based. GU defense, while I'm neutral on it right now, it can go south if they start requiring premium teams to clear it, especially
I,
for both halves of it.
I'm probably the only person in the world who does, but I kind of want it. I kind of want a like a really large scale, and this is totally not going to work on any mobile device. Like a really large scale Muso style multiplayer thing,
Well,
where you
sounds
can like team up with a friend and like do like battlefield area control to do a really massive stage with heaps of enemies.
yeah, that could be interesting.
I think it would be fun, but I love Muso games, and I'm like 100% confident that it would cause a mobile phone to explode into molten metal.
Probably. So yeah. Other than that, though, ZZ has been in farm mode because ZZ will forever be in farm mode. That because it takes so long to
You
level up
can't ever
characters.
possibly farm anything enough.
Yeah, they're even when if you somehow manage to cap out the current roster, there's still characters that are going to be coming down the pipeline. There will never
I mean,
be enough.
I'm not completely married to the never pull anything with a penis approach. Like if something comes out like say lighter, it just feels really good to play to me, then I'll probably pull for him because that was my motivation for pulling for Caesar. Is I just liked the structure. I liked how it felt to play Caesar.
Yeah, he could play on your burn team.
Because for me, with an action game, it's entirely about the game feel. Because I'm never going to be good. I'm not interested in being meta. I just want to enjoy playing the game. So the game feel becomes the most important thing.
Yeah, you can sell a character to me on looks in that game. Bernice was one of them. Or okay, Bernice is adorable and she's a goober, and you sold her to me in the story when you had her burn the furry.
I couldn't tell what emotion was behind those eyes, and I'm not sure I want to know.
Uh, But Jane was sold to me entirely by gameplay. Her story did not sell me, and her character design didn't sell me. She was sold to me entirely on game. So it can be on either. But
I'm not an ass man, but that ass was still hypnotic.
if you main Jane as your primary on-field damage dealer on your main team, the booty is ever present. It is in fact so present you just become inoculated to it. So yeah, because Jane is my even though I make a bigger deal about Bernice, Jane is actually my one I spend the most time on field with.
Well,
Because
she's made for on field, and Bernice is like your first off field damage dealer.
yeah,
Like there's basically nobody else other than Bernice who deals damage from off field to that extent. Like
so
there's like I think it doesn't like Rena leaves her puppets behind or
but
something, but that's about it, right?
but they don't stay out for very long at all. They stay out, but they are only there for a little bit. Like she can
Yeah,
lock down
this
somebody
is
for a short amount of time and do some extra damage. She's not like Bernice that for a full like 30 seconds after she's hosed them down, you can just tag her out and have her go get energy back.
yeah. I think it's probably like it's cribbed from a few other mechanics here and there. Like I think in Honkai Impact, Reverest Calico leaves her cat behind to fight during when she tags out.
Well, Lucy has the piggies.
I I am not sure how I feel about the piggies. Like they're there definitely, but I sort of stopped noticing them, and I'm not 100% convinced they do any damage. It's just,
I choose to believe in the piggies.
like
Some
they are definitely a force to be reckoned with if you were lucky enough to get lots of copies of Lucy, but I don't. I just get Piper over and over again, so
yeah,
I must be at like M15 Piper by now. It's ridiculous.
Piper needs to be a girl. You gotta invest. Gotta level up
I'm
that
not
Piper.
I'm not really a big fan of the sleepy old man lolly character.
But she twirls and she has a truck.
She does have the kuru kuru, but she's not very energetic.
Okay, because she put it all in her truck.
She doesn't generate the amount of brain rot that Herta does.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there's not much more to say about ZZ. I really am excited to chew into the new game mode, but it's going to take time. I'm not going to have that time this coming week. Um, but I've got so much junk in my email box. And the rest of the game's on farm mode. Well, we'll continue to see where it goes. I'm not planning on pulling for lighter. I'm not planning on pulling for Yanagi. I need to recoup resources after dumping everything and then some on Jane and Bernice. So
Yeah, I'm really jonesing for another chapter of story though. My goodness. I like the story of Hoyo games generally, and I just we're in a currently in a lull where all three of the main ones that I play have not had a new story chapter release because the most recent new story chapter release was probably Honkai Impact Third because the the main story has just advanced for 7.8, and I am really starving for more story now. It's not too long till the next Genshin. Is the Battle Pass expiry going to inaugurate the new patch as well, or not? I don't remember.
For Genshin, I don't think so because I think we've got.
Too much to hope for.
Oh wait, yeah, it might. It might.
I mean, how much time can there be left on the
I
current banner?
For some reason I was thinking we aren't part 2 of 5.2 because the time spent keeps just rolling. Yeah, so Chashka and Linny are next, and their banner goes up in 2 days and 21 hours.
I can't imagine rolling for Linny alongside Chaska. Like Chaska, like she's kind of a bit of a bland character in certain ways, although there's going to be a lot of people who sympathize with her hard due to the events of the story. But at least she's pretty. Linny is
I mean,
the
you can make
opposite of
it.
that.
You can make an argument that pretty is a descriptor for Linny, but unfortunately, it doesn't work in his
It's
favor.
not the right. It's not the right one that he's supposed to have, though. Like I can sort of understand the fangirls going gaga over Ridesley, like in an objective way, or even like Jean-Léon Nouvelette, but Linny, I'm lost. I don't understand.
Hey, the ladies like the pretty boys too. He doesn't fall into pretty boy. He falls into girly boy.
He's too old for the Shotacons, and he's too young to be a proper Bishonen.
Yeah, he's just the closest they can get to Finboy without making him a full Finboy.
And that outfit, my goodness, is awful.
Like, he clearly listened to his sister when it came to his fashion choices, and she only had what was in her closet.
I refuse to believe that Lynette has such bad fashion sense. And remember, the twins are fans with Chiori. They don't have that excuse.
Well, I could totally see Chiori just trolling him too. I mean, she probably has more pride in her outfits than that, but I could also see her just.
Well, you also saw how she dressed Linny in the fashion show.
Oh, that's right. They did have the fashion show. I don't remember what Linny's outfit was.
It was not what I would call flattering for a man.
Let's see.
I don't know where you would find it easily.
Okay, the 4.5 fashion show on YouTube. Let's skip forward here. Oh, all right. I forgot about that.
You see where I'm coming from when I say it is not flattering for a man.
Then this was definitely Chiori's fault. Yeah, you can blame her for Linny. Eternal server error. That's a new one. Messages failed to load. Pickle. Our chat channels appear to be having issues. I'll send it to Vol over DM and see if that does. No, it won't let me do it there. I'm getting internal server error whenever I try and send a message.
So Discord hates you.
Yep. So, and I cannot restart it right now because we're on the show. So, okay. That's Gimshin and ZZZ. Star Rail.
I'll see if I can help out. This is not what I was looking for.
Yeah, I've got video paused at the perfect section. Took a screenshot of it, but it just ain't taking it. But it won't let me send it through Discord.
As an explanation, for a lot of them, Google appears to be attaching Lynette to Linny's image by way of framing what this means.
There are many frills.
Yes, frilly is definitely one of the ways you could describe it legitimately.
But yeah. So okay. Speaking of men with feminine aspects of their attire, Star Rail. I had to break my rule and pull for an Icky Boy. In Star Rail, I don't have much of a choice. It's a JRPG. If an Icky Boy is unfortunately one of the pieces I need to make an archetype work, then I have to pull for the Icky Boy. There's not a whole lot of getting around that in a JRPG. There is no way I can fudge it with other stuff. If I want the team to work as the premium follow-up attack team to be my carry team, it needs adventuring. Adventuring. I will verbally put the D in there every time I say the name, even though I intellectually know better. So, progress got a lot better in the in-game modes with a second sustain. So, also, he's just busted. Like, it's not even funny how much you don't have to think about is your team going to survive with adventuring. Like, it's just a non-issue. Like,
That's
it, is
the
the
reason why he's considered to be the premium choice. It's not close. That's why, even though I've got sustains, I was still thinking about, is it wise for me to pull for him or not? There aren't that many um there aren't that many sustains in the game that are not healers. And he is one of them, and he is by far regarded as the most powerful.
yeah
But my personal opinion is, outside the insta-kill AoE scenario, I don't really feel like Fushwin is that far behind him. Like, that's not a popular opinion. Most people say Fushwin is trash because Venturing exists. But despite the fact that, I'm horribly biased because I think Fushwin's top waifu, well, other than Lingsha, I think that she still does the job pretty well, except for situations which are like purpose built to marginalize her, of which Swarm Disaster is one.
yeah. So the reason adventuring for the follow-up attack team, especially the variant I'm running, which is the second best variant of Ratio, Topaz, Robin, adventuring the Rat team, is basically because of Numby, and to a lesser extent, Ratio's ultimate. Uh, Numby and adventuring feed off of each other really hard into a gigantic snowball effect, and that every time you get 7 stacks of his passive, which is shown as a X out of 7, whatever this number of the stacks it's at on his character portrait, he'll dump casino chip coins as a follow-up attack immediately, regardless of what the turn order is, on top of the enemy team for imaginary damage and follow-up attack damage. The important part is that it's follow-up attack damage. Anytime a target gets hit by follow-up attack damage, Numby moves 120 units up the ladder. So 2 follow-up attacks is enough to get him to go immediately, regardless of what's going on from his last attack, no matter how much shuffling's been going on. So adventuring feeds into Numby. He also, in addition to getting stacks based on the number of hits that are done to your team from an enemy attack, not attacks, but hits, count, add 1 to it. And AoE attacks that have multiple hits on them will actually increase your DPS output because adventuring will get stacks faster. He also can get a stack as a chance. He has a chance to get one anytime a shielded character does a follow-up attack. I don't know what the exact chance is, but it seems to be about 50%. And you may have noticed that Numby getting more turns means more follow-up attacks. And so Numby and adventuring just enter a cyclical loop with each other, where adventuring is making Numby go faster with his follow-up attacks, and Numby is doing more follow-up attacks to get adventuring's counter back up so he can do more follow-up attacks to make Numby come out faster and do more Numby attacks. And this loop just continues and feeds on itself forever.
This is the reason why people who were doing Divergent Universe didn't have the complaints you did if they were running follow-up, because they had this team, and the charging of Scepters becomes incredibly trivial when you enter this loop.
Yeah. So Numby and adventuring just will go forever with each other. And it doesn't matter if the boss decides to blow its entire load killing Robin and whoever your DPS is. For me, it's Ratio. For people with the super premium team, it's Fei Zhao. It's Numby and adventuring will be fine by themselves.
You say super premium, I say fart.
Yeah. Well, it is the AHA premium team. What do you expect? So yeah, he was a must pull to make this team work, because I needed at least one moderately premium team to to get going. I've been working on one team at a time, plus uh
And
plus Acher,
friends team.
yeah, the Acheron and Friends team. And I had been fairly evenly working on the follow-up attack team ever since I locked in. That's what I was going for, and been building them all up. And when Adventuring came out, I blew a little bit of fuel. I had about 10 saved up and blew those to just finish 10 everybody on the attack team, on the follow-up attack team, just to get it as primo as possible. The only thing it's missing is Jade, so I can use it for Pure Fiction as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be tempting to fall for Jade when she next comes up, because I'm a big Herta fan, and so I'm almost certainly going to pull for big Herta when she comes out. And if the all of the leaks are at least like within, a standard deviation of being correct, having someone whose base attack hits everybody is going to be really premium for Herta.
Yeah. So I have finally been able to break into the proper higher difficulties of the end game with 2 sustains now, because Wowo has done a great job since I've had her. She was on the banner when I came back to seriously start with the game, and was uh the pull of choice. I think the other one was the general with the lightning guy.
Jinyuan.
Yeah, Jing Yuan.
Jinyuan has never been premium, but he keeps getting buffed. Every new character that comes out will improve Jinyuan in some way.
Yeah, but Wowo's adorable and has Mr. Tail.
She is definitely adorable. She was actually on the banner when I started playing, but of course, when I started playing, I had no Jade, so.
Yeah, so I came back and YOLO'd some pulls and got Wowo, and she has done a admirable job pushing me through the content. But she has a niche she's supposed to fill, of being one of the lone energy batteries and being a super cleanser. And some teams just don't need that. The follow up attack team doesn't need that, because Topaz doesn't even care if she's stunned. Numby doesn't care if Topaz is stunned. Numby is still gonna go.
The stock market does not care how you feel.
Yeah. You can freeze, stun, incapacitate, mind control Topaz. Numby does not care. Like, Robin cannot be crowd controlled. As long as she keeps singing, you can't CC Robin. You can CC Ratio, but Ratio's just there to make you able to beat the kill timer. He's not there as as part of the functional part of the team. Not the thing that makes it go. So having Wopo's debuff cleanse is kind of wasted on that team, because half of it doesn't care if it's stunned. So getting her moved to the Acheron and Friends team permanently has allowed that team to be workable as a second team, and having the follow up team have its proper sustain it's built to have has let me get 34 out of 36 of the stars on the train, whatever mode that's called. What's that mode called? The one on the train, not Pure
Memory
Fiction.
of Chaos.
Yeah, that one. So I 34 out of 36 that one. I did. The B team just is not built enough to beat that mode fast enough to get 36 out of 36.
What, in structure, or in traces, or in relics, or in which respect?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like, everybody that isn't named Wopo or Acheron on that thing has junk relics and their traces. They don't even have all the sub traces yet. Like, I was monomaniacally focusing on follow up and Acheron once I realized what I was going to do, because I needed to get a team off the ground as soon as possible.
Yeah,
And
most people are running either premium Acheron with Jiachu or Dot Karong with Black Swan at this point, if they're
yeah,
using Acheron.
I
They're really taking Acheron seriously going forward into the future. It's very hard to measure how good Acheron will be going forward, because the idea of power creeping Acheron is kind of scary, because Acheron's sort of like damage ceiling is so stratospherically high that power creeping her seems like a terrible idea. But there are so many ways to power creep things in a JRPG, so many ways to make it like debuff application awkward in some way, or just make the premium characters just not work with debuffs generally speaking, so that you get stuck with 1.0, 2.0 characters or whatever. Like, there's a lot of approaches.
Yeah.
that could result in her falling behind. But at present, the doomsaying and blackpilling about Acheron no longer being relevant is just completely ridiculous because, like I said, pure fiction, Acheron and Dockeron teams are still in the lead for this
Yeah.
cycle of pure fiction, and this cycle of pure fiction is not aimed specifically at Acheron; it's aimed at Dot.
Yeah. So that brings me to the other thing I pulled for. I've talked about Adventuring and how much of a boon he's been. I went ahead and even though I did not get Adventuring very quickly, pulled for Acheron's Light Cone. Not because I expect to keep Acheron around forever or even maintain her in the second team as a permanent fixture, but because I'm using her as a stopgap for the second
I
team.
I I pulled along the passing shore day one because I read the description. I was like, absolutely not. There's no way I'm not going to pull for this. And so I don't actually know what it's like to play with an Acheron who doesn't have along the passing shore.
Yeah, you cannot get a stack with your basic attack, and your skill only gives you one stack. Not to mention all the damage reduction you get from having to work with a 4-star cone that doesn't have the perfect stats built for Acheron.
Like without double stacking on the skill, it would have taken me an appreciable fraction of eternity to farm up all of those borehole mats that I needed.
Yeah, like it is a ginormous power increase for Acheron. Just the ability to get 2 stacks at once. Like you only get one normally with her skill, and her basic attack won't give you any. And you don't really have the option of running uh resolution on her just to put something on her basic attack because you probably are sticking that on Pella or something, who's also on the team.
Yeah, I still run Pella with my Acheron.
Yeah, and so that has helped my Acheron be the stopgap she's supposed to be. The problem is she just doesn't have an apparatus surrounding her. She's got a whoa whoa. That's about all she's got.
Well, I mean, she is adorable. She makes a great mascot character.
So, ooh, I'm choking on my water. Hang on.
Yeah, you sound kind of weird.
That's yeah.
You
Hang
kind
on.
of you sound kind of like Wick Lamart's voice actor. I'm going to fill time because Ari needs to spend his time ensuring he no longer sounds like Wick Lamart.
Okay, I think I got most of it out of my lungs. It's not
Got the
triggering.
Wick Lamart out of your system.
Yeah, it's not triggering a heck and fit like sometimes when I've swallowed water down my lungs. But yeah, that didn't feel good. So yeah, I don't know where I'm going to take the second team yet. I don't know.
Everything is up in the air with 3.x about to arrive. Like, there's still going to be a 2.7 ahead of us, but after that, it's going to be, all power to the front guns, moving into a new world, a new archetype, new characters. Like, everything's going to be new, moving into the new area, which the previous story has suggested is going to be focused on the Garden of Remembrance and so on. So I think that that gives strong support to there being a remembrance path, which is what's I expect most of the summoners who have summoning as their primary mechanic are going to be anchored to, including the new Trailblazer, because there was data mined ages ago, like a long time ago, that the next Trailblazer after Harmony Imaginary MC was going to be a Ice Destruction, which doesn't make any sense because they already had Destruction. So which means that Destruction was probably a placeholder. So I think that adding Remembrance is likely to happen as the summoning archetype, and I'm expecting probably an archetype where all of the things anchored to the character are basically about manipulating the summon. Probably something along the lines of like first skill use will summon them the way it does for Lingsha, and after that you're going to be basically all of your skills will be interactions based on what your summon is doing, how many like stacks of whatever they might have, or what they've been, how many things that they've hit recently, that type of thing are going to be what the skills will scale on. They'll probably do like a token amount of damage or something for the actual character, but everything else is going to be probably arranged around what the summons are doing. And this is based on sort of inferences from the types of mechanics that they have tested in events like the friendship is magic event. I guess we'll call it.
The trash can buddies event.
Yeah, I feel like that was basically a stealth test for Remembrance Path.
Yeah,
Because your skill gets replaced and it does things that manipulate something else on the field.
I wonder if retroactively characters like Jingliu and not Jingliu, General Boy, also with J.
Jing Yuan?
Yeah, Jing Yuan and Topaz and the like will have their friends.
The answer is no. This is a known thing from data mines, is that the data mined, there's a new sort of like classification has been mined in the data mines, and that is servant as opposed to summon. So people have been calling it summon because they are summons currently, but the new classification that was created as servant, and servant is the one that most people are expecting is going to be utilized by this new system.
So yeah, we'll have to see what the new team looks like. If any of the initial characters can pull double duty for the new archetype, and also for an existing one that I could reasonably, or if they synergize with Acheron and also happen to have a summon that I can use in the meantime, I can start moving in that direction if it's looking that way. Otherwise, it's I really don't know what to aim for the second team, because no matter what I do, I basically have to build it from scratch.
I think that as far as the second team goes, probably the wise thing to do this late in a content cycle is to probably just tread water until you know more of the lay of the land going forward.
Yeah, I'm looking months down the line for what I'll be pulling at this, because I don't have any immediate pull plans
Like
other than wait for Jade.
Well, if Fei Xiao shows up, I think you should probably just jump on her.
Yeah, I'll grab Fei Xiao if she shows up again, but I don't expect her to show up for several months.
I think this is quite likely that they'll try and cash on her before people get distracted by the new archetype. I think that it's going to be probably, it might be a few months, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of months. I think that we're going to be looking more at like a Robin time frame between run and rerun, which was quite short.
Like what, 2.2 and 2.5 and a half?
Something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Sounds
But
right.
it wasn't very long. It was only a couple of patch cycles. And then she came back. And I think that we're likely to see something like that from Fei Xiao, because she's a great character, and she's become kind of iconic for that particular team. People are going to be seeing that team, seeing its performance, and wanting to pull for her. And there are two approaches to this that they can take. Either just let people get it out of their system while they still can to deplete their Jade up front, so they go into 3.0 with basically nothing, which is a relatively common strategy, but one that they usually use summons for. I mean, usually use supports for. And in this case, they've got Sunday and Fugue coming up to fill that role. And the other role is to put Fei Xiao alongside something else which looks like it's likely to be super premium for a new archetype.
Yeah.
So that people are forced to make a decision. Do they hone their extant archetype, or do they gamble that the character that is new is going to be key to a new archetype? And sometimes that gamble pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. Like, I pulled for Black Swan on a whim, basically, because I wanted more raw power to work with, because I was having difficulties at the time.
That was a good investment for me, not for you, though.
Oh, yeah, it paid off for you big time. Well, the thing is that if I look at it objectively, she carried me through a lot of freaking content. Like, I don't want to think of how rough it would have been trying to get past, like, something unto death without Black Swan.
I'm here to tell you, Wopo worked overtime on that boss.
Yeah, I didn't have any Wowo, so it would have been super rough. So it's not like I don't feel like I got my Jade's worth. But as far as long-term investment goes, she basically got shelved. And I don't know whether or not they'll try and save her. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But when you've got an archetype that is not fully mature, it's always a gamble whether the character you pick is going to be genuinely key to that or not. The people are still argue over whether Jade is worth anything, because she's so good in pure fiction, but so pants everywhere else. But Yeah, so it's always going to be a gamble what you do. So I think it's likely that they'll put Fei Xiao alongside one of those gamble characters relatively early in the 3.x cycle.
Possible. But yeah, she's on the pull list. I expect Jade to come up before Fei Zhao because it's been longer since Jade's been around.
Yeah, I mean it has been longer, and there's certainly that's certainly likely to be the case. If we arrange things like the way I was discussing before the show regarding Genshin characters, if you arrange things in order of mass, where mass is amount of leaked and rumored information in circulation for a character, you're looking at the next characters being probably Herta, and there's another new character who is a summoner who has been circulating in the rumor mill for some time based on some early whatchamacallit, concept art of a character who looks a lot like a Honkai third character, and you know how they like their alternates. So those are likely to be the next ones. The thing is, Herta would benefit immensely from Jade. So I'm thinking that a Jade Herta banner is quite likely to try and get people to spend on both.
Yeah. So that's let's see. Jade banner went from July 10th to July 30th as part of point. Why don't they put patch the character name out in on the front of the wiki as part of 2.3?
Yeah, so we're looking at like a cool 6 months there. So it's sort of coming up due before too long, early 3.0, 3.1 type of thing.
Yeah. So for Fei Xiao is 2.6, I think.
Yeah, I think that they will run her again quickly though. So I'd be thinking 3.1, 3.2. Depends on how many. Like it's easier to bring a character back if there's currently interest in the Shansho. So I think that we're probably going to see like they'll probably clean up Penacony moving forward and then move into the new area, and then they're going to want to revisit old areas again so they don't drop out of the story, since they seem to be very keen on keeping everywhere current. So yeah, we'll probably go back to the Shansho, and usually that's going to be a good way to build a little bit of hype. It's like, oh, remember what Fei Xiao did, remember how good she was, type of thing.
Yeah. She her she was 2.5 actually, not 2.6, and she ran from September 10th to October 2nd. So
Do I have my Fei Xiao on shared on support right now?
yeah, I've been I steal her for bosses
Have
all
you
the time.
tried? Have you tried fart? Does it work well?
Oh yeah, fart's busted because
Even with my crappily geared Fei Xiao.
yeah. So Doctor Ratio has a chance to do a follow up when he uses his skill, and he gets 2 follow ups guaranteed when anybody attacks a target he uses his ultimate on. Fei Xiao guarantees a follow up with her skill, and seems to guarantee a follow up anytime anybody else does a follow up. So her and Numby
There
just
is a limit. There is a limit to the number of procs you can get out of that. It's like one per cycle or one per turn.
yeah. So her and Numby just seem to delete whatever farming node I'm on when I turn the music on with Robin, and I just turn it on auto and let Numby and Fei Xiao do it. And Adventury's there just so I don't ever have to pay attention to their health now, which is nice. Sometimes he drops chips on their head. I hear him talking sometimes when I'm tabbed out watching something while it's farming. But basically, I just let Numby and Fei Xiao go farm whatever I need them to farm. I could probably let them farm bosses.
I guess I don't really understand why fangirls like male character designs that have a boob window when men don't have boobs.
I mean, it's clearly on it Adventuring supposed to be reminiscent of a spade, the design, but why is only the
It's
boob window part cut out and not the handle of the spade?
it's definitely a boob window, and he does not have boobs, and I'm very confused.
Like, I get it. It's supposed to be a spade, but why is the bottom of the spade not also cut out? Or why didn't you just fill that in with something? I mean, manly muscled chests are probably also attractive to the ladies.
But that's not you're seeing hardly any of it. You're basic. It's a boob window. I'm sorry, it's a boob window.
Well, I mean, if you see
It,
if you see side boob too, you don't see all of it, but it's or even most of the structure of it, but it's still enough to
No, but
get you there.
you see silhouette though. That's different. There's no silhouette.
I guess it's not tight enough to show the rest of it. Maybe it's just to indicate he doesn't have a hairy chest.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's very strange, but it seems to be a thing that they do with male Hoyo characters sometimes. But Linny exists. Like, I don't know what they think about dressing men.
I get the feeling that while some of the writers and character designers may want male characters, the outfit designer may only be a fan of the ladies' outfits and just
It's
have to
like,
make them
no,
work.
I refuse to acknowledge the existence of men. Everybody will be dressed like a woman.
Like, yeah, we could put him in a boy suit, but boy suits are rather limited compared to girl clothes in fantasy, especially.
Well, they
So
are now. Like, it didn't used to be the case. Unfortunately, the conventional suit sort of obliterated men's fashion just before the Victorian era. But
and
before that, there was a huge diversity.
I mean, if it wasn't for Adventurine's fuzzy collar and his boob window, he's basically wearing a suit.
But it's got a boob window. That's the thing.
When you need to make a suit stand out and get people to talk about it, they have
There's,
succeeded.
there's also like, there's some certain intrinsic sexuality to a woman's breasts, right? Because they're associated with reproduction. So they flip certain switches. Nothing like that is associated with a man's chest. Especially not a tiny spade-shaped sliver of a man's chest.
Okay,
Viewed through a boob window.
maybe that is all they need to imagine the rest of the muscle underneath there, and
I guess I am
that is it.
definitely the last person who would proclaim themselves an expert on female psychology.
I have had many female friends, but what they decide is uh, sexy on men seems to change by
Get
what they had
get
for
one of
breakfast that
them
morning.
get get one of them on the DMs and ask them to explain men's boob windows to you.
I actually I asked my sister about this because I was pulling for him and we were leaving the office. And as I was packing up, I grabbed a picture of Adventuring. I was like, "So this is the next character in Star Rail I'm going to pull. I need you to explain something about his attire." And I asked her about it, and she just was kind of confused.
Well, that's your sister's reaction to a lot of things, though. She's just generally a confused person.
So so that is as far as the investigation has gone so far. I would love to upload a picture, folks, but it's just being a pain. There it goes. Now it's behaving.
Definitely a boob window. I'm sorry. It is a window to view boobs that do not exist.
Side chesto.
I don't know. Women are weird.
Like like maybe it's implying muscles are actually there without having to show them, and that makes
And
it
this is
hotter
your
somehow.
punishment for not showing up
But we sit here and do a whole segment speculating on female sexual appeal.
in male boob windows.
So yes, that is Star Rail. Um, I feel like there was some other video game.
FF.
Right, that exists. That was it. Um, I don't have much to say about the new patch because I did not do anything but like the first few objectives of the MSQ before
You,
I got
did you didn't manage to make Terrell great again?
no. Uh, I I did unlock the Alliance raid, which I was actually fine with, and the whole time I was unlocking the Alliance raid quest series anyway. It's not the greatest quest series in the world. It's not even the best Alliance raid story in the world. But I'm just sitting here looking at the crew we've got for this, and how much more fun an adventure would be to go on with these people than it would be to go with Wook Lamau. Like we have an amnesiac Ellison that is clearly from the world of Final Fantasy XI because that's the theme of this raid series.
So
Pesce,
she doesn't know she's not an Elizon.
no, it's a he, it's a boy. So the boy
Right. So he doesn't know he's not an Elizon. He thinks he's an Elizon because they are the local pointy ears.
yeah, he's totally amnesiac, and they give you the reason from the villain for this uh pretty early on, right after you finish the raid. But I won't spoil that part. But I'm dubious as to how truthful the villain is being about what he says the reason for the amnesia is. Um, you have Pesce from Final Fantasy XI, purple-haired girl, who is the first boss of the new raid, and she's fine, a generic bouncy waifu character, but workable. Okay, cool. She's not an idiot, but she's not particularly bright either. She's kind of a bouncy girl. And then you got a boy, BJJ. He's coming along for this ride. So I guess this is the niche he's carved out in the post-patch content. Is BJJ is part of the alliance, is the known character who's the ringer for the alliance quest raid series.
He's going to join the Scions, isn't he?
I'd be down with that. He's the only thing about Terrell I'll take, and it is only because his story was so dumb and Whiplash so hard. I just came all the way full circle with him. Like I just feel bad for him as a character because not because of anything they tried to portray to make me feel bad for Snidely Whiplash, but because he just feels like the biggest victim of the writing staff, but still has enough
Yeah,
energy to be fun.
I can't get over, like, be glad you're not on Twitter, because the amount of women thirsting over him is just retarded.
I mean, who else they got to latch onto this expansion?
I don't know.
I mean, Otis is a robot. I mean, they ain't got a whole lot of choices. And BJJ is big strong man that hits things really good. 2-man. How does that work? You marry
I
both
don't
the
know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
we're getting back to two-headed Mamulja uh, anatomy lessons here that we got very confused when we tried to think about last time. So he's there, and he's fun. And you're running around doing this quest with his crew, and the Alliance Raid series is in their area, is where the portal to the Final Fantasy XI verse is, and yeah, all that's fine. This is workable patch content. It's about the same tier of story so far as the uh, the last Alliance raid, but it has a bit less heavy implications because it's not the 12 that have been built up for a while. But it's still fine. Okay, that's I can take it. I haven't, and the only other bit I've done is the intro to the MSQ, and for a brief moment, about a solid 60 seconds, I felt some hope coming back. When the MSQ starts you at the taco bar, because of course we have to go to the taco bar. It's the only thing they've got that's a icon in Tyrol that doesn't make people knee jerk as soon as they see it. So we go to the taco bar and we're hanging out there, and we overhear a dad and his displaced son, who is now about his dad's age because he got sucked up in the hole. And this is the first cutscene of the patch, and they're talking about how the son's talking about how hard it is to readjust to life after being stuck in the bubble, and starting a family there, and getting used to the conveniences of life there because Electrope is magic super tech that can do anything. And he's talking to, and his dad's trying to relate to his son about who he last saw when he was like 8, and it's like, I figured I'd bring you here because you used to like tacos, and I figure even though it's only been a little bit for me, we got a lot to catch up on. This is really nice scene between a dad and his kid that's trying, and they're trying to establish some real consequences for the time displacement, and make that an interesting part of the story. That seemed golden and good to go. And then Wooklamot shows up.
Oh my goodness. Did they not learn anything?
And Wooklamot interjects on this father-son bonding moment that's between these two and them trying to seriously work out a legitimate issue caused by recent events. And goes, "Don't worry, we've set up counseling centers." And the son goes, "Oh yeah, that's a great idea." And the dad's like, "Oh, I'll take you to it. It'll be good, son. This will help solve all your problems." I wanted to just reach through the monitor and kill somebody.
That is definitely very left America, I have to say.
Like, the
Therapy will solve everything. You don't need to have any kind of character or virtue or family support or anything. You just need a therapist.
yeah, no. Like, this was a genuinely interesting way to take the story if they'd have just not let Wooklamont in that taco bar. We could have rolled with that. It
Why
wouldn't.
is she in a taco bar? She should be in the palace, running the country, not
It's
getting tacos. She has
it,
people for that.
it's because she needs to come find you, Warrior of Light, to have you come to the palace.
No, 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 no. Warrior of Light's on holiday. That's the point.
No, no, not anymore. You've been summoned.
By Wook Lamart, that hardly counts.
Your character is going to give the big, dopey smile and the head nod. Don't worry, you're going to the palace. Like I was for 60 seconds. I was like, did they find a way to salvage this? This works. I can get behind this as a B plot here for the post arc stuff. This is good. Let's roll with this. And then in comes Wook Lamont.
Yeah, well, you know how trannies are. Everything is about them.
Well, the thing is, in Japan, she's supposed to be a normal tiger girl. She's just poorly
Yeah, well,
written
I mean,
there. She doesn't have the extra baggage.
This was just me being tongue in cheek, but ultimately, it's still written by somebody with that level of understanding of what is appealing to people. So, oh no, because I think it's important and interesting, everybody else has to as well.
Yeah. So I went to the palace. There's going to be a funeral for Queen Speen back in Solution 9. But I was so off put by the immediate whiplash of, oh, did they actually figure something out? To, oh no, they haven't figured. Then I just put it down.
So they haven't bothered to figure out whether Speen was actually committing genocide or not. They haven't come to a resolution.
They give some mumbling about Speen's existence, but I don't know how deep they're going to go. I watched the cutscene.
Robot Hitler.
Yeah, I watched the cutscene in the palace that's basically said we need to go to Solution 9 and just teleported back to the Goblet and locked out.
I mean, I know it's not like there was any gap in development. Like the script will have been written before the release of the .0, but I would have appreciated some gestures towards, okay, everybody hates this character. Well, but maybe they don't think everybody hates this character. Maybe they think everybody loves this character because all of the criticism from the West got filtered out before it hit Japan.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it just really hacked me off that I liked where they were going and for the first 60 seconds. And then it is Wooklamotted so hard.
Yeah,
Like,
I really, unless I hear some like really glowing reports where people are really happy with the direction things have gone, I currently my posture is sit it out until the next expansion. Just skip this one, and then we'll give them a chance after a couple years when things have settled down and they've realized that their profits have taken a turn for the worse. Like I just don't see any reason to go back because they don't seem interested in meeting my expectations of, you know, decent plot, decent characters, making the player base excited to participate in the content.
yeah,
Like I'm vaguely interested in doing the alliance raid quest chain, but to what end really? Like I'd have to farm up gear for it for each new tier, and generally have to participate on a regular basis in order to make good on it. It's like, oh, is it worth it though? Because every time I log in, it just reminds me of how disappointed I feel in the whole thing.
I had managed to put Wuklamal and company in the back of my head and enjoy the raid series for what it was, and just hope it would be a little bit better in the future, because it was possible, even though this was pre-written, that they had toned down Wuklamat's involvement. But no, right off the gate, in comes Tiger Princess. And the fact that they just torpedoed a genuinely interesting story with the reintroduction of Wuklamat just killed my desire to keep going with the patch. That and Dalamud is seeing some fairly significant upgrades right now. They're updating the framework of it and bumping it up to the latest .NET framework and adding a whole bunch of tools and stuff. So it's taken longer than normal to get the plugins working again. And while the story is the major problem with the game, the technical debt that the plugins help alleviate is something I don't want to live without for casual content and for casual play. Because things like automatically having the cursor default to yes when you're using a controller is kind of a big deal for comfort. Or simple things like being able to decouple the freaking numbers from the HP bars, so they don't become hard to read as your health keeps fluctuating all the time, and things like deep dungeons, or the deep dungeon UI being freaking massive and eating up a huge chunk of your screen real estate, and being able to condense that crap. All that stuff is technical debt they just haven't addressed, or quality of life changes they haven't made, and the plugins help alleviate that. And playing without them now, it's going to be rough for me. I can play without them, and often do if I'm on a different computer. But it is not my preferred way to play at this point. I am fully on the I don't care if Yoshi P cries anymore train.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Maybe when the new Deep Dungeon comes out, if you decide it's actually a good implementation, at least I don't need farm gear for that.
Yeah, if the new raid series is fun, the new Alliance raid, the story is interesting, but it's the initial chapter, and it's also the first raid, so there ain't a whole lot going on there. The bosses, I guess you're gonna look them up anyway, because you like to look them up ahead of time. So there's no point in keeping the bosses a secret, because none of them are story relevant. The first boss is Peshe, the girl that I mentioned before. She is got hallucination mind hookah magic clouding her vision to make her see everybody as a Taurus demon. So she's attacking your party on sight, and so you got to beat her up. And she's got these big fist weapons, and she is the most fun boss in the raid, because there's probably a visual cue for it. Do you remember the mechanic from the very first boss of the current raid tier, the black cat that does the knockback mechanic with the little backwards kick arrow on your character that shows you how far back you're going to get knocked? So Peshe will target people, either the whole raid or some people, with an attack, and you will have 3 of these coming out of your character at different distances. And depending on how many times she says in chat, that I think there's a visual indicator for it too, but I don't know where it is on screen. But there's definitely an audio indicator for it. That she'll tell you how far she's going to knock you back by going, wait for it, and she'll be building power the whole time. So you'll either be knocked the short distance, the medium distance, or the long distance, and you need to line your thing up from her to the one of the safe spots. Otherwise, you do a Mario landing in the fire butt grab bounce animation and take a ton of damage from landing on the spikes. So she's fun. She has other mechanics, but they're all slight readable telegraphs, and not nearly as notable. The next boss is just Fafnir, generic big scary dragon. All of his stuff is you may missight read what it's telegraphing, but it's all just telegraphs and text telegraphs, or rather, he'll have like his face glow. I wonder what he's going to do. Preparing something out, to breathe out on you. Oh man, it's gonna. Well, it's a bigger cone than you expect. It's 720, but it's gonna be a frontal facing cone.
Yeah,
Oh
that was the thing that I was. That's the thing that I'm most concerned about when it comes to introducing chaos difficulty for alliance raids. That will just give them the excuse to completely trivialize the base alliance raids,
yeah.
and they were already headed that direction in in the previous set.
Now the third boss has the white mechanic in this one that's going to get everybody killed, and did kill our raid except for my group because it had me to recognize that the cast was interruptible. So the third fight is a council fight. It starts off with each group only being able to target one of the members of the 5-party squad, and 2 of them go off to the sides to support, because you're basically fighting a Final Fantasy 11 party. And then after you do enough damage to those targets, they swap out for the 2 that were on the sides, and they come in. And then after you do damage to those 2, those ones aren't group locked. Although you're incentivized to split them up. I think they take less damage if they're close to each other or something. Then that whole thing goes away after the phase transition. All five of them are on the field at the same time. Chaos ensues with 5 different enemies and mechanics going off, with everybody just scrambling to stay alive. Although only one big mechanic will ever go off at a time, so there ain't that much to deal with. The big thing on that boss is it is the first boss in, I think, since I started actually playing in-game content that requires you to interrupt it. Like, if you don't interrupt the Black Mage as the party that is tethered to the Black Mage, your party wipes. Because he will cast Meteor.
Presumably that's standard in Final Fantasy 11, and that's why they're doing it.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff in this raid is interruptible, but this is the first boss that's interruptible. All the trash seems interruptible as well with its big scary cast, so you can interrupt quite a bit. I guess they're prepping you for the third boss, is why the trash is interrupted. The final boss would be good if it wasn't for one of his telegraphs. That is very, very hard to see. Like, the indicator for it is just not good. They just screwed it up. It's a interesting set of mechanics in that he will do AoEs that are half room or about 200 degree AoEs around him. But the 200 degree AoE around him and what direction it's going to go is indicated by a weird icon around him, and it will change multiple times to indicate when he's going to do it back to back to back. So he'll hit 200 degrees this way, slight pause, 200 degrees this way, slight pause, 200 degrees this way. And the indicator for it, without having you done it, it's really hard to describe it. It's a bunch of swords that like fan out in an after image effect that show the degree of the slash he's going to do. And he'll go 1, 2, and 3, because there's usually 3 of them back to back. And but they will not do one set of after images and then immediately move to the next one. It'll show that each hit about 2 or 3 times before it shows you the next one, which just is a very confusing indicator. And when it's not on the ground where every other indicator is in the game, if you're dealing with the other telegraphs he's putting out, by the time you realize he's doing it, it's probably too late for you to dodge the first one, and you just gotta hope either the majority consensus is right or go with your gut. Going with your gut is usually the correct answer, as it turns out, because the majority will get hit because they weren't watching either. Because you just won't notice he's doing it until after he's already on the second one of those telegraphs. And it's just, if it was a clearer telegraph fight, he would be pretty good and okay as an Alliance raid boss. He would not be very difficult. But as it is right now, he is a bit frustrating because you can't tell what that telegraph is doing. It's just not a very clear. Yeah, he is. It is not a clear telegraph at all. I did not die to him, but I was playing a tank, and I probably would have died if I was playing DPS. So it's an okay Alliance raid. I don't think we're going to get Rid Runner Lighthouse or Tower of Paradigm's Breach again. anytime this century, unfortunately. But yeah, that's that one. It wasn't as trivial as Aglaya was, but it wasn't as intense as I would hope it to be. I'm not asking for much intensity. I'm asking for still puggable, but and mostly sight readable with a few surprises. I'm just I want them. I just basically I want them to have some teeth with their attacks, and that was the big lacking thing I noticed. Is even if some of the telegraphs are punishing and do hurt you, none of them are lethal. Like, it's okay to have gotchas
Mm.
on week one. I think. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it adds a lot to the encounters. So if you get a bunch of new people later on, and a bunch of people that haven't played in a while, you can still have some people die to it. But the fact is, they just don't have enough teeth on these mechanics to do enough damage to kill you. And this has been a trend with a lot of the content in the game when it comes to regular difficulty, is they're just too scared to give it any teeth, which makes that
Yeah, I think that they're just treading the World of Warcraft path later.
yeah. Then but that's mechanical shoes, and a secondary issue to the story shoes they got going on right now. There are a lot of mechanical and system shoes I got with their design philosophy, the way they've got things set up, the way things operate in the game. When it comes to things, especially when it comes to their class design, I have a lot of shoes that stem from the fact there's just too many dang classes, and they are allergic to the philosophy of somebody will be better than someone at any given point in time, so we need to homogenize. Or rather, that's what they've decided on. They just don't like the idea of somebody being better than somebody else. Um, oh, I did do a single front line because they reworked PvP again. Uh, Basically every single class got a radical redesign. Now that's not hard for
Oh,
PvP because you only got like 6 abilities on every class unless your name's
the
Black Mage.
patch notes only mainly just looked like it was oh, we've adjusted potency here and there and everywhere. But
No,
basically every potency changed, but it didn't look like that actually changed the mechanics.
yeah, no. You go log on to any class in Wolf's Den to preview your PvP bars, and you're gonna have gray crap everywhere.
Huh.
Yeah,
Was
totally.
it really that bad before?
No, it was workable before. Some classes needed some help. Dancer needed help. Gunbreaker needed help.
Did they
Uh,
did they fix Dark Knight?
they reduced the suck radius, and they made their ultimate take longer to charge, so they can't suck you and then go invulnerable. Like every few minutes, that takes about 3 or 4 minutes to charge it now, so they're not as ridiculous. Although I think their core kit is one of the ones that remained intact. Dancer got a lot of help. It needed it though. Gunbreaker, they've done a lot to that, but I don't know what any of the changes they did amount to because when I realized how bad Gunbreaker was, I didn't bother playing it at all. So I don't have a whole lot of context for that. They have adjusted the animations and something on the server side to actually affect player to player latency so that uh, it feels better lining up attacks from when they hit versus when you cast them. You know how bad it is in PvE, and you double or quadruple that for player to player latency in this game. They have done something server side to make the player to player communication better, which is if we weren't in the middle of Dawn Trail, would be hopeful for something that might be able to do for player to server side later. But yeah, we're in Dawn Trail right now, and before they fix that, they've got to figure out what the heck they're going to do with their classes. They've just homogenized too much, and that's on the mechanical end. And before that, they've got to get their story together to get people again. The Twitterati can defend the game as much as it wants and the story as much as they want, but I genuinely do not think that anybody is playing this. The buzz around Final Fantasy 14 from the circles I follow is dead. Everybody that talks about it is just mad at it. Even the token defenders have effed off. Like Dawn Trail was sitting at a cool 29% on Steam reviews for recent reviews when I last checked, right before the patch. Like,
Surely that's enough for them to take the hint. Surely.
yeah, like it's 50% overall or 55% and 29% for recent. Like that is a metric that is definitely going to reach their ears. And it has been spread out enough you can't scream my great gating or my review bombing. You know it's organic if it's been this much time.
It's a pretty spectacular fall. They need to take notice of that. And even if the developers themselves don't, Yoshi P and his paymasters will definitely notice, and they will want to know, what the hell have you guys been doing? What did you do to our cash cow?
Yeah, because 14 is the only thing keeping Square Enix afloat right now, as far as I can tell. Like the from looking at how much budget is spent on the 7 remakes, I'd be surprised if those are breaking even. 16 probably went a little positive, but not as much as they were probably hoping. It wasn't gangbuster success. It was just good. And you've got all their other projects that are just flopping, like Forspoken, I think was Square Enix. Like that flopped on its face. And all their other projects aren't getting any media buzz if they even have any that I can call to mind, which I can't. So it's got to be 14 carrying the weight for that company. So if their cash cow starts taking a dip, Yoshi P and the higher ups at Square Enix are going to be like, we need to do something. They got to, because they need that
thing
money.
is, the question is, are they a group of people who are capable of identifying the actual problems associated with this? Are they able to do that? Because a lot of the problems that they have addressed in 7.1 are not that they ought to have addressed in 7.1 are not associated with just the writing. Like, the writing is a big problem. The writing sets the tone for everything else, the way everything else will be received, because so many people are playing for the writing. But when you look at things like the battle system, to the extent that affects jobs and so forth, like, that's not stuff that is coupled to the writing. When it comes to adjusting potencies and that, sure, like, you can't revamp a job immediately, but are they driving in the direction of homogenization and simplification, or are they driving in the direction of increasing the options and depth available to a character? If I look at Dragoon, I'm not getting that vibe that they understand. So Dragoon has been my pet test case, because I started the game playing a Dragoon. I played a Dragoon for a long time. I've played a Dragoon in multiple different expansions over the course of time, and I've seen it go through a lot of changes, and it has been the most complex class in the game at various points in the past, in my opinion. Monks will always disagree.
Monk certainly probably had more APM, but that just seems to be
Yeah,
intrinsic to Monk.
but that's not because the class has lots of decision points to make. It just has a long list of buttons to press. Whereas Dragoon, you were constantly making decisions because everything was on a ridiculously short timer, and you had to somehow make a decision before it ran out what you were going to do next, and how you were going to keep your Blood of the Dragon running, and so on and so forth. Like, they've been really rough times for it. But if I look at what they've done, like, the only changes that they have really made that affect the gaming complexity have all been simplifications. Now, reducing, I am one of the people who is perfectly fine with a reduction in Nestron ready charges from 3 to 1, and that's because I play on a bad latency. So trying to weave in all of my Nestrons without losing any basically takes up so much of my attention that I end up standing in the fire a lot of the time, because because I'm bad at weaving. Weaving is hard on my latency, and you have to weave a lot because you've got 3 charges of this OGCD thing that you've got to deploy on a cooldown, as well as deploying Stardiver at some point. And I think Starcross is now attached as well. I didn't play that much to find out how well that works together. So they have made a change. They have made a change that addresses a QOL thing, but the only thing that they've done to offset that is to adjust potencies to compensate for the lost damage. But what that functionally means is that I've just made the class even more simple, and its major problem was that there were no mechanics to begin with. The only mechanics that you really had were to prompt the emergence of Nestrond, to prompt the emergence of whatever else you procced, that they would just naturally happen through the flow of play. There was no interactability with the class. You just hit buttons in order. And they haven't done anything to address that. They have addressed a problem, but as an accessibility problem that results in the simplification of the class. It's not really... Now, they did add another thing. I'm not really sure why they added it or if it's going to be a general trend. It's a good thing, which is when you elusive jump, it will buff your piercing talon for 15 seconds. I don't know if it's a single charge that has to be expended within 15 seconds or just 15 seconds of buff, but basically it's a thing that allows you to keep throwing your spear and without losing a bajillion damage when you are forced to run away. And okay, so that's a thing, and it does have a mechanic attached to it. I don't know if they're going to give it to everybody for their chuck a spear ability. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. Let's see.
Viper doesn't really need it because it already has a way to.
It looks like it looks like Ninja doesn't have such a thing, but they also have ranged ability, so it wouldn't matter for them. I don't think it matters for tanks, so they probably didn't do it for tanks. I don't know if there's anybody else for whom it's really...
Viper doesn't need it
really
because Viper can adjust its use of charges to account for needing to be at a melee range now.
Yeah, so that basically means that the Dragoon now has a single class-specific mechanic, which is to do with their ranged plinking attack. And everything else is just you press button, it does potency.
I mean,
so yeah,
I think Monk is still screwed.
Oh well, Monk is... I think that Monk is sort of like damned by the fates more than anything else. Did they even change anything in Monk? Or did Monk just completely escape notice this entire patch?
You'd have to ask Ibu. I don't know anything about Monk.
Let's see. Lodestone, Paladin, Marauder, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, Dragoon, Ninja, Samurai, Reaper, Machinist, Dancer, Black Mage, Summoner, Red Mage, Pictomancer, Healer, White Mage, Scholar, Astrologian, Sage. No, Monk is not mentioned.
Oh, I think at the start of the Dawn Trail, Samurai had that.
When we had that,
I think when they use their disengage ability, it buffs their next use of their little shockwave they send on the ground, their plink attack.
Right.
So I think you just got the Samurai thing.
Well, I mean, it was a bit retarded that Dragoon didn't have it to begin with, considering they used the same dash in, dash out mechanic that was ripped off for the Samurai. But yeah. Anyway, basically none of the changes that they have made in broad strokes are anything other than quality of life, and nearly all of them are simplifications, like reduced cast time on Flare and Despair. You no longer lose Tenchi Jin when you move, that type of thing. They're all things that make the game easier in some sense. Now, I'm not saying that they are necessarily because of that bad things, but what I'm saying is that their entire thrust for all class changes seems to have been potency adjustments and simplification. How does that mesh with any kind of class revamp coming down the line? All it's going to do is make people lose interest faster.
Yeah. I think mechanically they do have a lot of shoes that need to be addressed and can be addressed by the team that doesn't have anything to do with the writing. And it's worrying that they aren't making stopgap changes to at least a few classes to tide people over until they start flushing some of their class systems or lack thereof in favor of actually having one. Like,
yeah, I just don't have any faith in them right now. Like the for me, the story was the deal breaker. Like the story took what was special to the game and they flushed it down the toilet. But by having an incredibly crap story with incredibly crap characters written by a terrible person who was only interested in showcasing their Mary Sue. That was it.
Speen. Oh, it's not Speen anymore. What is it?
It's Spain. Why didn't they just rename Wick Lamont to Bruce? But
Brooke Lamont.
yeah, yeah, there's nothing about these character notes unless they are like desperately hyperventilating, saying we just need to bide our time. We just need to bide our time. They'll free up more development time for us to revamp this shortly, but we need to get through this for the short term. Just keep things balanced. Keep the core hardcore raiders happy for the time being, because they'll be the nucleus around which we'll build the rest of the community again when we get through this rough patch. Like, I don't know what they're telling themselves, but I can't be interested in this.
There is
There's just
only
nothing for me here.
there's only one game that has pulled that mentality off, and they were not an MMO. That was Hello Games with No Man's Sky that told them shut up, work on the game. They are the only company in memory I can think of that has managed to pull off that shut up, work on the game, keep the pace steady for now, and then we'll drop some bombs once we got something ready to go. They are not an MMO. They didn't have to maintain their player base.
Like the cavalier, like the cavalier attitude that I think is most expressed through Scholar, which is another class that I play, and another one that I feel was screwed through having no mechanics. The changes that they have made, the primary change that they have made in this latest patch, is that there was a typo in the code, which meant that the tooltip said that their heals for Embrace and Seraphic Veil had a potency of 180, but there was a typo in the code which set it to 150 instead. So scholars have just been underperforming, and the only change that they made was to correct the typo.
Yeah, but even then, if it's heals in the game, healing's in such a dire strait. Does that even matter?
Yeah,
Like
it's like this is not going to solve any problems whatsoever. This just makes a tooltip match the code. Like,
oh, their shield's got a
well,
little stronger in a game where healing basically doesn't matter and is pre-scheduled ahead of time with the hardest content.
and considering that they just made the definitive move to make White Mage the best healer in the same patch, it's like, well, why did you even bother?
Yeah,
Like they made Holy a 1.5-second cast.
yeah. For casual content, that's just flat going to make it the best.
Yeah, it's not even going to be close anymore. It's not even going to be comparable anymore.
Yeah, my gravity doesn't stun people when I cast it. Can we please get the old Shadowbringers card system back? Like every time they've messed with it, it's gotten worse.
I mean, they tried to give gravity something, like they gave it a broader AoE, but that's only going to serve you if your tank is crap. Like, oh, your tank didn't gather the mobs up
Well,
enough, so I guess
there
you've
are
got bigger
some
AoE now.
fat mobs in the current expert dungeons.
That's true.
Not fat bosses.
But,
They seem to have moved away from those, but there are some fat trash packs. So having gravity be a bit fatter to compensate is nice.
but yeah, I think they did the same thing for Sage. They made the AoE fatter, just generally.
In fattening.
I'm not. No, actually, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like they did. I can't find it on the change. But so yeah, the AoE for Gravity and Gravity 2 is now 8 yalms instead of 5. Whoop de doo. They also removed they reduced a lot of the MP costs on Scholar by like 10% or whatever, because Scholars always run out of run out of MP.
Yeah,
But yeah, so all of these changes are like trivial tweaks, which are not going to address the fundamental problem that they have successively acted to make the game more dull to interact with directly when it comes to combat.
oh, so to get the full list of the PvP changes, that's right. I had to have Abo go fish them up for me. You can't find them in the patch notes. There's so
I know.
many.
I just had a look at them. I just had a look at them,
You
and
have
they are pretty extensive.
you have to go to a Reddit thread to get the full summary from. That's a day one summary.
I just looked at it on the lodestone.
Okay.
It's like they've like removed so many things and added so many things. Like, because I usually play Scholar in PvP, and they've like added chain stratagem. They've added summon seraph. They've added seraphic halo in a session which don't exist anywhere else in the game, and that's part of a new. I think that this is a new ultimate.
Oh yeah, they moved you away from being
Yeah,
the Turbo Cooties class by reducing the potency on Turbo Cooties, and add in all these extra stuff to you. And I have no idea what the fudge they did to Scholar. It's one of the ones that got a ton of changes.
Yeah, it's I would have to spend quite a bit of time thinking about this to work out exactly what's going on because yeah, they've changed a lot of things and it's basically just turned into a generic turret class now, from what I can tell.
Yeah, they've hit Ninja a bit, but they to compensate for giving it a really powerful tool. With Assassinate can now bust through guard. It doesn't remove the
Yeah,
guard,
no,
but the single hit of Assassinate ignores guard, and they seem to have added ignores guard to a
yeah,
smattering of abilities.
yeah. 'Cause Scholar has now got a specific ability which halves the defense that guard provides.
Yeah, and in general, they have made people squishier in frontline by a factor of 10 to 15%.
No,
Just
no,
based.
you need to make Dark Knight squishier.
Well,
Everybody else is already squishy.
well,
Dark Knights are not squishy.
if the Dark Knight doesn't always have his ult up, then the Dark Knight that comes running in to suck you is just gonna die
A
instantly.
Dark Knight always has his ult up.
Well, that's the thing. They made it take longer to charge in frontline now by like twice as long. That was their big nerf they got for frontline.
I'll believe it when I see it.
It will not feel that way because the team that has 8 Dark Knights doesn't care. They have 8 Dark Knights. They'll still rotate through them. But yeah, I don't know if they don't understand this situation they're digging themselves into with homogenization, or if they have a just total burn it down and rework everything planned for a bunch of classes.
Yeah,
'Cause-
maybe this is. Oh, we're going to do so much damage to the current paradigm next expansion that it would be gilding the lily to try and fix it now.
Yeah, so implementing quality of life for what you got, and then going to burn it down. The problem with even if you go and burn it down to fix all the classes that are busted, you're still going to be stuck in this paradigm you've set yourself in of adding 2 new classes per expansion. I hope they break that, but I don't see them
Well,
doing it.
they haven't committed to doing two classes every expansion though, and they haven't announced what they're doing next expansion. They could just say, okay, we'll call it quits for the time being because we're going to redo all the classes or something like that.
Yeah, or at most introduce one would be acceptable, I guess. But
I think that people, if they did a full-on class revamp for all of the classes, sort of like prior to Dawn Trail or something like that, just did a full-on rework, provided that it wasn't more homogenization, I think people would accept it in lieu of new classes, because I think that people have got these classes leveled already. If they can have their itch for a new experience scratched, they won't mind if it's just a revamped of experience of classes that they've already got. I
yeah,
don't think that the advancement down a new class track is that important to the experience of a new expansion that it's
uh,
necessary.
uh,
I think that they could live without it.
it's not the that I'm worried about. It's the marketing people that'll try and talk the dev team into it.
I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I think that the way that the hierarchy works is rigid enough that Yoshi P could just say, "No, we're going to do what the game needs, not what you want."
At home,
Because remember, he wasn't here to stop a lot of the things that have become pain points. He trusted people he shouldn't have trusted, and they basically hung his game out to dry.
yeah. Now Yoshi P's baby is in tatters, and he will never. He has said some worrying things in interviews, but they can also be read as just this is Japanese business culture. Of course, you defend the voice actors because Japanese fans are crazy, and he may not know the difference between Western and Japanese voice actors. Or if he does know about it intellectually, it may just still be a gut response.
Well, the thing is that the problem with the Western voice actors or the English speaking voice actors was not one of like bear with me here. The problem with Work Lamarck's voice actor is not that Work Lamarck's voice actor was bad. The problem with Work Lamarck's voice actor is that Work Lamarck's voice actor was hired. And that's a systematic problem with company organization. That is, in a bizarre sense, it's not the voice actor's fault that the voice actor is bad, because the voice actor should have been being bad in their basement getting no work,
Yeah, this is
not on one of the biggest games on the market.
this is
But when you allow the system to do nepotism hires, you end up with this issue when you have an incredibly bad ADR who result in incredibly crappy work being done and phoned in work from the classic voice actors people actually want to hear. Well, this is all systematic problems with the way the project is being run. This is a production problem. This is not actually a voice actor problem.
Yeah, I wonder.
And you can see that they acknowledge a certain amount of this because, regardless of what you may think about the results, they did re-record lines.
Yeah, and they made Wook Lamont's voice actor uh, deeper and had the voice crack, and seemed to have applied some kind of weird audio synthesis to it.
Well, I mean, in some sense, it's more genuine because instead of being a man trying to sound like a woman, now it's just a man that sounds like a man.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14's a mess. But we could be here all night complaining about stuff in hopes
And we have been because it's 8 p.m.
yeah. So we should move on, and the news topics are mostly just beating a dead horse, so we can either ignore these. Also, Serathis, if you send an email, I did not check it this week because don't want to do it without Fern.
That's your excuse, and you're sticking to it on
Oh,
no excuses.
you know it. Not an email. We're good. It is totally not because I just forgot to open the email box before the show.
My browser didn't want to open my email, so right. Yeah, I don't think that there's much in the way of news that I particularly want to talk about. Like you linked a bunch of news in our prep for Blizzard, but Blizzard is not like beating a dead horse is sort of doesn't have enough depth to the metaphor at this point. Like it is not merely beating a dead horse. It is like this. There's this decaying corpse by the side of the road that everybody stops to have a look at on the morning on the way to work.
Yeah.
Nobody is expecting anything from it anymore. Like
The-
it's over. I'm sorry, Blizzard is over. Deal with it.
Like the stuff I threw in there was in case of emergency we can go on this stuff. Because we could spin it if we really wanted to, I feel, but it's just in addition to just beating the dead horse again, it's all topics that will eventually pan out and come out, and we'll have more to talk about when they do, because I have no faith in any of them. And when
But the fact that they are still with a straight face attempting to market Warcraft 3 Reforged shows you where that company is at.
yeah, they have so little resources, they have to salvage the worst product that's probably ever been put out on PC for a PC video game from a AAA company. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I see the shills every day in my feed, trying to talk about or at least farm content off of World of Warcraft, and you can see that it's just yet again, as it always does, their enthusiasm withered away within a couple of weeks of the launch of the expansion, and there were these sort of like brief sparks that fly up of, oh well, this particular feature is going well, and then one patch later, actually they've just ruined this particular feature. They didn't understand what was good about it to begin with. So, where have I heard this before?
it seems like this time, ever since Shadowlands or whatever it was, Shadowlands came out, that seems to have been the final straw for a lot of people, and that I would still catch it in my feeds occasionally talking about WoW. It would still pop up occasionally on either forum posts or linked on any of the aggregators or something somewhere. YouTube recommends. After Shadowlands, it was a straight decline down on the number of stuff that people were talking about and willing to try and defend, and it has reached a point where I don't even see the shills anymore.
I'm seeing certainly a lower volume of content from them generally, but like if I if I put it in terms that Fern isn't here to stop me from doing, this feels a lot like the US election in some ways, where it's like, well, on paper, there is this particular faction that is still shrill and babbling about the end of the world or whatever, but there's no energy left. They're doing it because they've always done it, and nobody is interested in hearing them talk. It's just that they're doing this out of habit because it's the only thing they know. It's not because there's any kind of like organic dynamism behind that movement. There's no sort of like energy and enthusiasm for playing World of Warcraft in gaming as a whole. It's not a phenomenon anymore. It's just this weird thing that it's being done by some people who just keep doing this weird thing, even if it's way past its use by date, and everybody else is clearly moving on.
Yeah. I'm so glad I jumped off WoW when I did. Like, a lot of bad things happened because of the great dying in my family. But one of the silver linings was I had to put WoW down.
Yeah, I've sort of like gladly finally moved past the point where I ever feel any twinges to play it again. It's just it's transcended that to the point where the very thought is just repugnant to me.
Yeah, you could have enticed me if they had kept Classic Plus going. But I remember Classic Plus or Classic. I remember enjoying Classic while playing it. But then the Blitzchung thing happened, and I jumped off that for political reasons. Like,
Well, they took a big steaming dump on Classic anyway. Like there's nothing left of Classic, and
yeah,
it's been like that way for a long time now.
yeah. The idea of Classic Plus could have enticed me, but they didn't do that. They took the easy route. That was just release each expansion in sequence and call it a classic server, and eventually it didn't take them but one expansion to weasel microtransactions in.
I mean, we shouldn't be surprised.
No, but it was an opportunity for them, and that was their last shot to get me to keep my eyes on the product. And as soon as they blew it there, I was done forever. There was never ever any twinge of thinking about going back. So, and I've seen this sentiment from a few YouTubers as well that tried to ride the classic train a bit harder because they're content creators. But I think like a Mad Season Show, for example, he just gets burned out on all the classic stuff, and he got super burned out right at the end of the original classic when Burning Crusade came out. Because I used to watch him a lot. I used to like his content just because he had a chill voice, and he deliberately avoided any political drama or any drama period. And he tapped out as soon as they put microtransactions in Burning Crusade when they announced it at the start of that expansion. He's like, I'm done. And he's autistic enough to do the Grand Warlord grind, so not a casual player by any means. And I was like, yep, saw that coming. I had hoped in the back of my brain that maybe y'all wouldn't do that, but nope, you did it, and I'm kind of glad they did it because they did it so cynically, so early, and they were so dumb early on in Classic. I abandoned ship super early before I could get invested in it, and I was out and gone, and so all the garbage that followed, I was not present for, and I had already moved on to probably single player games at the time or switching to 14 permanently. But yeah, WoW and Blizzard in general are a mess, and they have a bunch of
Work
stuff
for themselves, and they all got really upset about the election and didn't do any work as a result.
Yeah. So we've got a smattering of announcements from them that we're not going to go into individually here, but it's going to be the first 3 Warcraft games and a whole bunch of stuff with Mists of Pandaria Classic. We don't need to cover this now because the show's already run long, but later these things will eventually come out, or we can keep them on the back burner in case there's no news next week. And they're not. It's not looking good for Blizzard. When they release them eventually, I'm expecting another train wreck for every single one of these.
Well, they simply don't have anybody competent left at that company. They've got the budget and the expectations on them of a big company, but it's just a bunch of incompetence.
Yeah, but
running around chasing their tails.
they don't have any of the talent. All the individuals that made Blizzard what it was are gone. I mean, I guess you brought Morheim back or Chris Metzen or whoever it was, but
Yeah, but he's not a freaking necromancer.
yeah,
He can't resurrect the dead.
and he was not alone either. These ideas were spawned from an environment of talented individuals, of which he was only one of, and not one of the biggest ones when it came to what made these games the sensation they were. So sorry, you may have the IP, you may have the company, but you're just a corpse.
Yeah, it's like you made a a black amputee woman the centerpiece of your newest expansion. So I'm sorry, everybody can see just by looking what your priority is.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, but you live in California. I know you Blizzardites and you Californians think that you reflect the rest of the world, and you cannot fathom somebody that thinks differently from you. But that is because you are so isolated and so culturally bubbled and have projected your own beliefs and worldview onto the rest of everything because if you go against the orthodoxy where you live, you get ostracized for it. But that just ain't how the rest of the world works, or thanks. You may have a few outposts where you've taken over in the big cities, in at the biggest of big cities around the world, or in densely populated areas, or in some of the European countries or Commonwealth countries. But when it comes to most of the rest of the world, most people aren't buying what you're selling. And in fact, you have gotten so toxic with your woke garbage that we're done with it, which is why we put the the tangerine back in office.
Yeah, no, I think that maybe that will do something for them. Maybe the fact that they lost the popular vote, their point of view was voted down by the entire public of their country. Like maybe that will send the message that you guys are just wrong. Like you're categorically just wrong. Nobody agrees with you
Not
because
as
none of them are committed to their point of view in the sense that if it did not give them power, that they would stay there. Like I don't think so anyway. I don't think the number of true believers are very high compared to the number of people who will back the position that they perceive has power. And the wind is not blowing that direction right now. It's not. The wind is blowing the direction which says everything that you people in where are they? They're somewhere in California. I can't remember what
they're in
the
Silicon
name of the
Valley
place
area.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything that you people believe has been rejected by the rest of your country. And do you know what else that means? It means that everything you guys believe has been rejected by the market. Your product will not sell. Period. End. It's over. Pack up your stuff. Go and find another job.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen. End of story. Because money does not come from nowhere. Money comes from the WEF, I guess, and from the World Bank, etc., etc. But if there's no power being purchased with it, that money will dry up. You are
Mm-hmm.
not a cultural vanguard anymore. The country has voted you down. They don't want to hear it. And it's sort of sad that it comes down to this, that like, well, whether Cheeto Hitler gets put in office or not. I said the word Hitler, so we're probably going to get this banned. Whether Cheeto Hitler gets put in the White House or not should not have any bearing on the quality of games that get made. But unfortunately, the outcome of elections in the United States dictates the very mental state of people who develop games.
Yeah, the entirety of the California and especially the Silicon Valley, Los Angeles, San Francisco culture has been so subsumed in their political ideology that it will radically impact how they think and behave. And even if they can't put two and two together and realize that the woke crap is a net negative and is actually making their sales go down, even though the evidence is abundantly clear with the great floppening going on at this point, I think it's undeniable that they must at least know it doesn't add anything.
Well, the thing is, it's never been about adding anything. It's never been about the quality of the product. It's been about presenting themselves as being on the right side of history. That's always what it's been about. It's been about that virtue signal. But the thing is that in order to virtue signal, you need to be signaling in such a way that's going to attract the attention of the adoring masses. But now we know Now they know the masses don't adore them. In fact, the masses find their point of view boring, uncool, not fashionable,
Yeah, it's like
behind the times.
for any insane leftoid that just hate watches random podcasts on the internet. Think of it this way. I am sure that when you were a kid, you looked at your white Christian straight teachers and thought, that's so uncool. That they're the establishment, man. They're the ones in power and in control of everything, telling me what I can't. I guarantee you thought that. Maybe your daddy made you get up for church and you hated that. Guess what? Now you're that guy. You're the one in power and control. You're the one making your kid go up and go to woke seminars and lopping their junk off. That's
They
you.
don't have kids.
Oh, they steal kids.
Well, yeah, because they need to make more of themselves.
Yeah,
But
you're the one doing that now. You're in that position of authority and power and control the institutions, and all the people that are coming up now are seeing you like you saw your daddy, except worse because the effects you have on young people. Because you can't just take your kid to church like your daddy did. You've got to permanently maim them. Their hate for you is going to be infinitely bigger than you have for your daddy who made you get up early on Sunday morning.
I mean, if you're really lucky, you might die before it gets deemed officially a crime against humanity, and you're forced to pay the consequences for your actions. If you're lucky,
Like this stuff.
because that's the way history's going to view it. This is a grand sort of Joseph Mengele tier atrocity perpetrated by a generation of people.
And even if you manage to squeak past that and make it to old age, and you are going to get to live to see everybody start to realize this psychological phenomenon, this fad from living in comfort too long, and these ideological bubbles that were infiltrated by a bunch of crazy people, basically crazy evil people that you latched on your ideology onto. You're going to see that turn into something people sneer at. Everything you're putting your life into right now is the most temporal, tiny, temporary thing possible. It's going to go poof, and it's going to damage you later.
But we know you won't live to see that because you're all trannies, so you'll be dead by 41.
There is a joke right here that I can make about how we may not have to deal with Luke Lamont's voice actor. Please stop me before I do.
This is not the time nor the place. We should be shutting the show down so I can go to the bathroom, so I can go and make dinner, so I can go take a shower. All those things that I haven't done because it's now late in the evening.
Yes. So, email topic of the week. Why do men have boob windows on their clothes in Ho-Yo games? Why are Geo ladies hot? And why is Nahida adorable? There you go. That's a much more wholesome email topic of the week from what we were just discussing.
I don't know if it'll actually turn out to be wholesome.
No,
And
probably
what
not.
if there's an explanation and we don't like it?
We'll fix it. Because everybody knows we're objectively correct about everything, right? Right? We totally don't
That's how
second.
it works.
We totally don't second guess ourselves when we have to stop and think about something. Nope, never happens.
Well, I mean, the thing we second guess the most is whether or not the stream is still running.
All right, folks.